Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Brianna said she is in the waiting room.
Hi. I think is she the NSPN? Let's see. I'll just know them.
She said she's on now, but I don't see her here. Oh, there she goes. Okay.
Hey, sorry about that. Let me change my name if possible.
Hi. Oh, this way. Okay. Actually, I can wear the black background. Okay. Hi. How are you?
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you?
I am fine. Okay, so Sammy, are you just gonna let people in? How do you
Yeah, they're in right now.
Oh, they're in right now. Okay,
Yeah.
so you want to start or you want
Yeah.
to minutes?
Yeah, either way. It's up to you.
Okay, well, welcome everyone to Scientists on the Ballot. We have a lot of special guests here to talk to you all about demystifying the process of running for office for scientists and other STEM leaders. First up, we have Brianna Brown. So say hi to everyone.
Hey, how are you all?
Let me just read this lovely bio on you. So, Brianna Brown is currently the Associate Director for the National Science Policy Network, a nonprofit talent network for early career STEM professionals interested in policy and advocacy. In her role, she leads the day-to-day organized operations, finances, development, and supports outreach and engagement for 1,300 plus members in 70 chapters nationwide. Brianna previously worked as a neuroscience and biotechnology teacher, a research assistant in the Health Disparities Research Department at MD Anderson, and was a recent Science for Social Equity Fellow. Through these roles, she has discovered that she not only loves sharing why science is important in society, she has a deeper calling to advocate for social issues and ensure that historically excluded groups have the opportunity to enter and excel in their desired spaces. Brianna received her BS in Biological Sciences and Science Math Education from Florida State University and an MED in Educational Psychology with a focus in research and creativity from Texas A&M University. So, Brianna, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate it. And thank you to Black in Chem, UCLA, and all the people behind the scenes that made this happen. I really appreciate it. And I'm happy to be here. So I'm going to share my screen. Oh, can you enable the screen sharing properties really quickly? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Awesome. It looks full screen to you all? Cool. All right, so pathways to policy, navigating your seat at the table. So this was super important to me because I think when I started out going to undergrad and then getting my master's, I had no idea what I was doing. I knew about 5 careers. You could be a teacher, you could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer, you could be in law enforcement, or some other servant leader type position. And as I went and learned more about myself and more about what I could do, I've been committed to making sure that as many people as possible know about the different opportunities out there that you can explore. So my pathway to policy was super organic. I think I kind of stumbled upon it and excelled in it, and now I am doing what I'm doing today. So today I'll just cover the journey, some of my major takeaways, an opportunity for everyone to do an inventory check, talk a little bit about NSPN and my actual day-to-day work, science policy in general, and then next steps if you're also interested in getting into science policy. So the journey, how did I get here? What steps did I take? Was it the right choice? And would I do it again? I think it's super important to be authentic and try to assess and reflect on where you were and would you have done it differently? Were there things I could have done to get where I wanted to go faster? Were there people I could have met, conferences I could have attended, etc.? So just in general, as mentioned, I attended Florida State for undergrad. I went in thinking I was going to become a doctor, taking the traditional biology courses. I ended up getting the double major in STEM education, but I also got opportunities to enter internship with General Electric through my sorority. I was able to work at the foundation, learning about fundraising and nonprofit leadership, and a lot of the different educational opportunities, trying to make the most of my experience. So at that time, I, again, only knew about being a doctor. It was go to school to major in biology, become a doctor, go to med school, etc. I never knew about advocacy, didn't know about local engagement aside from volunteering. And I was very much on that path. By my freshman year of college, I had almost 30 credits in bio. And once I started, I was like, yeah, there's no going back. I'm too deep in now. Later, I discovered couldn't pass the MCAT. I had worked so much, I didn't even really have time to study. And at that time, I went into survival mode and was like, what do I need to do to graduate? What do I need to do to get a job after graduation? And so that's when I picked up my double major in STEM education, science and math teaching, because I value education. I think it's the most important thing an aspect of life, continuing to learn and to be able to teach others really shows how much you know and you actually understand a certain topic. And so after that, I was able to get the job at my magnet school in Houston, Texas, where I taught neuroscience and biotechnology, which was super awesome, teaching that to middle school students and having the opportunity to get other people, especially at a young age, excited about science. While I was teaching, I got my master's in research and statistics because I really liked learning. I like math, and you don't really get to see as much of that when you're teaching science. So I wanted to explore that a little bit more. Got my MBD, and then after I stopped teaching, I kind of stumbled upon NSPN during COVID. And how I found that position was just browsing. And I went through the checklist of all the responsibilities, and we'll talk a little bit more about transferable traits and why that's so important. But once I got out of my traditional undergrad setting and around a different group of people, different groups of professionals, entrepreneurs, I realized it was a lot about what you know and who you know, but really applying those transferable skills. And the journey was long. I finished my master's 2 years after my bachelor's. I worked for a few years, but I'm super excited about where I am. I think in my next slides, I'll talk about some lessons learned, but more importantly than how I got here, I'm happy that I got here and I know that I was prepared and everything that I did led up to where I am now. So would I do it again? Probably a few things I would do differently. A lot of resources went into going to look into med school. A lot of resources went into undergrad to complete my biology degree. But at the end of the day, I think I was super excited to be able to, again, end up where I am. I don't think if I would have done it differently, I would be here today. So I'm super happy about where I am and where I plan to go in the future. Okay. So some lessons learned, because I think what's the point of going through all of these things, right? And you're not taking anything away from it. If you're going through without learning a lesson through each season, you'll probably end up repeating it until you actually learn it. So I do love to take some time to pause and reflect after every few months, every few years to see what are the big takeaways and how can I apply it to my life moving forward. So I love acronyms, and I think that being a bio major is super hard. Any kind of STEM major is super hard. It requires a lot of endurance. It requires a lot of commitment. And even the work that we do now in terms of advocacy and science and policy, it's a labor of love. So I always want to remind people and myself to smile through it all. And when I think of this acronym in my journey, the S for me stands for seek opportunities. At some point I thought people will tell me about scholarships, people will tell me about internships, people will tell me about all the opportunities, even jobs. And a lot of it is self-driven. You need to be super self-motivated and go find those things. Find you a mentor, find you a networking session, use LinkedIn, maximize your resources, use what you have to go find what you want. In terms of M, maximizing interactions. When I was an undergrad, I don't think it was emphasized enough how important networking is. Networking can get you your next job, even if it's not immediate. Knowing somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody is super important. And being and showing up as the best version of yourself is super important as well. Being authentic, being able to make connections with people, even if you think you have a lot of differences, there's usually at least one thing you all have in common. Intentionality. So again, I took opportunities in college that I was like, how can I apply this in multiple different ways later in life? Being super intentional and having your opportunities align with your core values is super important. You don't want to get into a space where you're just doing everything out of money, you're doing it out of survival. You want to do it because you're contributing to the greater good and you are doing something good for yourself as well. In terms of L, listening and learning, I think sometimes, once we get into the groove of things, you may feel like I've got this, I don't need support, I know what I'm doing, but there's always an opportunity for growth. Listening again to mentors, listening to your peers, listening to people with different perspectives and opinions is super important to your growth and development, and being a lifelong learner. And then ultimately evolve. I think, again, if I would have been stuck in med school or wanting to go to med school, I would still be studying for the MCAT today. And I think when you know more, you can do more and make better decisions, and using data on yourself, data on your surroundings to make decisions to improve is how you're supposed to do it. I sometimes was paralyzed by fear, like, oh, I'm too far in, I've spent too much time, I've spent too much money. And there's never a time where you can't pivot. You can always turn and change and do something better, or do something differently if it makes sense. So being at peace with yourself, being at peace with situations to make sure you're in a space to evolve has been extremely important. And then of course, most importantly, smile at the end. So this is super important to me, kind of checking in with yourself before you go on your next journey, before you try to engage in whether it's science policy, whether it's education, whether it's just a traditional academic career. Doing an inventory check and seeing, where am I at? Where do I need to go? And is what I'm trying to do reflective of who I am in my core? So when I was in graduate school, I did a summer internship with MD Anderson, the cancer hospital, and it was amazing. And one of the things in my cohort, each year we got a book, and the book for this year back in 2018 was What Color is Your Parachute? And this book is full of resources, whether it's you're applying for a job, more inventory checks, how to bargain, negotiate. Everything is $20, the best $20 investment you'll get at any time of your career. It has interview tips. But my favorite activity out of this was a flower petal activity where you look at your strength, your skills, your weaknesses, what you're interested in, what you like to do. And so when you have those opportunities, you don't need the book. You can do this at any time. Take a minute, you can look at your resume, you can doodle on a piece of paper. What skills do I have? 9 times out of 10, you are more qualified than you probably think that you are. Think about, what does it mean to be a scientist? What does it mean to be an advocate? You're a critical thinker, you're positive, you're optimistic, you're persistent, you communicate well, you have strong opinions that you're willing to go find some research and data to support. So it's really good to have a list of those, on hand every now and then to just kind of remind yourself, and it'll help you build your confidence as well, knowing that, whatever room or whatever table you decide to sit at, you deserve to be there. And while you're there, you're going to remind them who you are and that you deserve to be there. But again, also always opportunities for growth. What skills do you need to gain? Is there a career path that you want to get to that, you're a 6 out of 10 and you want to be an 8? Don't be afraid to take a course. Don't be afraid to do some interviews with some people who are already in the field. Kind of assess, what those gaps are. You may be proficient, but you want to be excellent, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be excellent and being aware of that so you have something to constantly work on. And then at the end of the day, I think we do a lot of work, whether it's STEM related, whether it's advocacy related, but you want to make sure you stay true to your core, because the higher you go, the more experience you get. You can possibly do we call it scope drift when we're leaving a program and not staying aligned with that, but you can do some personal drift as well. You do want to make sure that when you're doing your work, your core values, 1, and then 2, make sure your work is reflective of that, because when it's not, you start getting all this internal conflict, your job starts getting stressful, and you can't work at your best when you're not living your truth. So definitely stay true to yourself. Always be happy to learn or open to learning, and remember that you're already halfway there. So again, how I got here, I went from education. I was like I said, health science teacher to a nonprofit, two different worlds, two different types of day-to-day activities. But what I realized was a lot of what I was already doing could be applied to any field. I was super organized. I was managing projects. I was managing budgets. I was advocating for STEM in society. And so what I also realized was policy is everywhere. We have health policy, we have education policy, we have anything you can think of, it has some policy component, it has some rules, regulations, some ways that it can improve, some ways that it's being assessed and researched. And that helped motivate me to come to the National Science Policy Network. So before I was doing programs and operations, very specific, I was the first full-time employee. It's a new nonprofit started in 2018, and I worked with us in our expansion project to move to the term of associate director of the organization, which is operations. There's operations in everything. It's just someone who creates systems, someone who solves problems, someone who makes the organization work more efficiently. And then I also have a development component because I do have a fundraising-ish background. In development can be grant writing. And if you've written a research paper, you can write a grant. Like all of these skills are super transferable. If you managed your calendar, that's a simple operation, just setting things up and following through. And so once I realized that, I was able to really step into my role and excel. And just for some context, again, our network is 100% remote. It's a STEM nonprofit for graduate students who are interested in policy. And so these graduate students are currently getting degrees, majority of them in biological sciences, neuroscience, and they want to go step out into the community. They want to do some local engagement. They want to advocate for things that are important to them. But when you're in grad school, it's very straightforward. It's you're here to get this STEM degree. We're not teaching you anything else. And so I really appreciate how our networks brings opportunities to teach what's not taught in the classroom and really give those life skills and reinforce different opportunities outside of the traditional career pathways. So we have 1,300 members across the nation, which is super awesome because it allows us to build community. I'm here in Texas. We have groups all the way, as you can see, in UCLA, also all the way up north to Johns Hopkins University in Maryland. And we get together once a year to try to teach, train, build community and empower other scientists that there's an army of us together that want to make this change and difference. And we can do it, and we're better together when we do. So I truly love what I do. Each day is a different task, and the natural scientist in me loves to solve problems. And once I solve them, check them off my list, there's always something else to solve too. But I love this space as well because I'm helping other people get to where they want to go. I don't get to do as much policy as I would have thought just with the name of the network, but it's super empowering through like our writing competition when people get to publish memos, or through opportunities like this when I get to speak about how I got to policy and how I can help someone else get to policy. So it's been super fulfilling, and I am super excited about the work we get to do in the future. We're starting a mentorship program because we see that that's a key part to success. We have worked on the HBCU college tour to bring science policy to HBCUs, hope to expand that to MSIs, tribal colleges, community colleges, and really get the word out and really get people excited to know that you're not limited to who you become or what you do. Okay, so for those who are here who may not know what science policy is or how it works, so science policy is a fairly new-ish term, but there's a couple ways you can go about it. There's policy for science and then science for policy. So policy for science is you can be anyone to do either of these things, but you don't necessarily have a background, but you think science is important. And so you can go to Hill Days, you can write your local representative, you can get a community group to fight a local issue and try to get some change or actions to happen. And then there's science for policy. So we can use our scientific skills, our research, our data, our content areas to advocate for a specific policy or something that we do want to see change. So for example, a lot of our neuroscience students do mental health related projects or education related projects, policy projects. There's climate scientists who, of course, climate change is a super hot topic right now, trying to get local regulation to kind of slow down the effects that are already taking us away. But yeah, so again, no matter what your background is, you can advocate. And I think that's super important to know because I, as a scientist in undergrad, felt like this is cool, right? I'm learning biology. I could tell you the diagram of a plant like the back of my hand, but what do I do with this information? How is this helpful? And why is it important? Who is going to be impacted by my knowledge of this? And I think that's where the advocacy and why this is super important and why this makes sense for everyone ties in, because I think when you can figure out how to apply what you know, it makes you so much more powerful, right? Like if I can tell you that the structure of this plant is going to impact how the world is going to change, or global warming, climate change, things like that, it makes what I know so much more powerful. If I know that the brain of a adolescent doesn't develop until 21, I can help inform drug-related policy, alcohol-related policy, things like that. So yeah, and it's super easy to get engaged with this type of work as well. You don't have to be a PhD student. You don't have to be the lead local community engagement person. You just have to be a person with a purpose. You have to be someone who wants to make a change, who's committed to a cause and excited to get involved. And there's a lot of local groups, there's a lot of local nonprofits. You can even get involved with the NSTN chapter. But the first step is just finding out what's out there near you and taking that step to say, hey, I think this is important too. How can I help you, help me, help change the world? I think that's mostly it. I did want to share, NSPN has a super great resource page for science policy resources, DEI resources, science communications. I didn't get to emphasize in this, but communication is a super, 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 super important piece of being effective in science policy, advocacy, local engagement, and just in general. How you are able to engage and communicate your message and why it's important is a skill that will take you a long, long way. So if you want to scan this screen, it'll tell you about fellowships, which is another way to get involved. If you're not ready to get into a job, you're not sure what exactly you want to do next, usually they're 1 to 2 years, most of them are paid, to give you the opportunity to explore and have a mutually beneficial opportunity between you and who you're doing the fellowship with. There's also conferences, books, all kinds of stuff on this resource guide. So it's a super great place to get started if you're interested and want to kind of put your toe in it, but you don't know if that's what you want to do yet. And also the good thing about this too is you don't have to have a full career in science policy to do science policy. This can be a weekend project, a 6-month term. Whenever you want to step in and step out, there's always opportunities to get involved and advocate. So yeah, that's all for the presentation portion. But I'd be happy to connect with you all via LinkedIn. I don't have a Twitter or anything, but yeah, hit me up on LinkedIn and I'll be happy to connect, follow up, and share any additional resources that might be helpful for you.
Thank you, Brianna. That was great. It's so funny that the last part you said was the resources, because I was definitely going to ask you about that because my company needs some help. So we'll talk about that.
Okay.
We're now going to take some questions from our guests in the audience, and there's also a lovely link for you guys to enjoy in the chat as well. So while we wait for some questions to come in, I'll ask you a few of my own. And the first part was that resources part, because we need some DEI work ASAP. So was there any particular event or situation that helped you recognize you really wanted to be an advocate?
Yeah, so I don't know if there was one isolated event. I think throughout the journey, or just even up until today, I was more so learning like who I am and what's important to me. And what I noticed was in every incident, you know, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, even in undergrad, right? Like I was that person who felt like I needed to fight and advocate and say, y'all are doing this wrong, we should be doing it this way, or this is an injustice to this group of people. Let's do something about it, and trying to hold people accountable. So I don't know if there was an incident, but I think once I saw that that was a space where it was accepted, because, you know, when you're testing the norm, you're kind of like, you know, it feels uncomfortable, but now I feel like I have that community to really empower me and say, no, we can do this together. And yeah, this issue is important to us too. Let's go do something about it. So I just think over time, I just saw like that was a common thing for me. I was that one person who was always speaking up. I was that one person who was like, this doesn't seem like it's benefiting the world. What can we do differently? So just seeing that pattern and then talking to people when I had my friends or my peers, help me assess me. What can I do better? What am I doing well? That was also a common trend. But I said it was just a part of my natural, I guess, behavior and personality.
Okay. You did mention towards the beginning of the talk about if there was anything you would do differently of some sort. What is something you would tell your younger self after everything you've been through and learned now?
Yes. So I've done this activity a lot, even a letter to my future self of where I want to go, which is super, super impactful if anyone wants to do that. I think I would have told myself to lead with, I don't want to say love because that's kind of weird, but don't lead with fear. I think a lot of my actions were based out of, will I get a job? Will I have money? Will this look shiny to my family? What are other people going to think about me? And really exploring me as a person and what I like, and not being worried about what's going on around me, really staying centered and grounded around my core values. And I mean, there's other things too, like I took a lot of extra classes I might not have needed to take, took out a couple extra loans I didn't need to take out, and just being more resourceful. Again, seeking some of those opportunities and interactions a little bit earlier would have been super helpful just to me. Yeah, I mean, I love the school I went to. I love the people I met. I tried to do the most with what I had. So I don't have too many regrets, but I definitely, financially wise, probably could have been resourceful. And then just being okay with making changes and not worrying about what other people think.
I love how all your answers segue into a question I have written down. It's great. So being a color in such a unique field, what are some things you recommend to overpowering negative thoughts and stereotypes, even things such as like imposter syndrome? I know we all have that lovely little voice in the back of our head that tells us you don't belong here, you can't do this. So what's something that you did to be like, nah, that's okay?
Yeah, so I think community is everything. I think I got me some mentors that looked like me and thought like me and wanted to see me win. That really helped. I mean, there were definitely times. So I went to Florida State. Florida State's PWI. Texas A&M is a PWI, and so it was very. There's a lot of times I felt alone. A lot of times I felt like, again, I don't belong here. And you find you that one person. You find you those groups. Like I said, I joined a sorority when I was in college too. That helped me a lot, and just surrounding myself with like-minded people. I don't know. It's one of those things like you don't know till you know. So I didn't know that there were other people who wanted to see me when I didn't know. I don't come from my mom's not a scientist or didn't really engage in college like that. But yeah, find you some support and don't be scared to ask for help. I think I was like, so I have this strong independent woman mindset that I was taught and raised on and thought that I had to overcome all my challenges by myself. And realizing that if you feel this way, I'm sure there's probably one other person like you out there that feels like that and is willing to take that journey with you. I got my best friend in undergrad. We did our dual degree program together. I had a soror who was my mentor through my program. And recently I just got a life coach, which was super amazing, who was also a Black woman, and she's phenomenal. And I remember even talking to her about my job and the problems I have, and she'll be like, girl, know your worth and keep it moving. Like you have to have someone in your corner to advocate for you and remind you, who you are when you sometimes don't remember for yourself.
I love it. We have a question from the audience. Can you speak on the difference between advocating on your own versus within a group in the context of safety from retaliation?
Versus group. He said safety for retaliation, like of an opinion, like someone else. Let me see if I can read it.
Ricardo, can you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Can't see the question. I'm sorry.
I can see it. I don't know.
Okay.
I can see it. Let me just wait and see.
If Ricardo can't elaborate, just feel free to repeat it and I'll try to do my best.
Repeat the question one more time. From those in power.
Okay, so yeah, so like power dynamics. Oh, here we are. Okay. On your own versus. Yeah, so, we're still in a system or a space where there's always potential backlash for speaking up, whether it is individually or with a group. A lot of there's institutional imbalances that make it hard and not the most comfortable space to do things in. But one thing my coach taught me was practice, and not just with yourself, but each opportunity that you have is an opportunity to practice. And sometimes you may not do as best as you thought you would, but trying to get comfortable with being in those uncomfortable situations. Advocating on your own, I mean, it always depends on what the situation is. It's really hard to make this a blanket statement. But in a group, it's easier, just naturally because there's other people who support you. People are less likely to go against you when there's more than one person. And then, like I said, when it's you advocating on your own, whether it's to someone else in a group or again, like your boss, I don't know, it's hard. It's one of those things you just got to deal with, and you have to kind of get tough and, know what is facts versus what is feelings. I think is something that really helped me. Not a lawyer by any means, but when it comes to the book, I try to support my feelings with facts, support it with data, go into your situation with as much information as possible to ensure that even if they do retaliate, is it valid, is it factual, and don't be moved by feelings. I think, again, this is one of those times when you have to really put your armor on and be ready to fight and just know that, stand in your truth if it is the truth. And whatever truth you're advocating for. And as long as you're being your authentic self and you walk away knowing that you did what was right, even if it's uncomfortable, you just have to kind of take it to the chin and go. I think sometimes you'll win, sometimes you'll lose. And I think you just have to kind of stay focused on which is a battle and which is a war for you. And you might lose a few battles to win the war. But yeah, it's just something you learn over time. It's nothing that is like calculated or can be answered in one exact situation, but over time, you I don't know, you learn from it. If someone retaliates based on you speaking your truth, sometimes you have to look at when you're speaking up, is this a risk you're willing to take? Me, I'm bold, I don't mind. I'm gonna take that risk if I feel like it's worth fighting for. But if you're not if it's your job and you're not in a financial position to lose your job, don't, speak up and just be impulsive. Be sensible, create you a 6-month plan. This might not work for you right now, but in 6 months, you can be somewhere else. So just kind of think how you can use these situations to your advantage. And I think changing your perspective to how this can best suit you too will help a lot.
Any other questions from the audience? I know you said you got yourself a life coach, but you should probably consider coaching in this too. Also, you should probably consider that, highly consider it.
She's taught me a lot.
I believe it. Let's see. How can someone interested in science policy get into the field, especially anyone looking for a career change? We kind of just answered that a little bit, but if you have anything more specific you can give, sure.
Yeah, so I think, so definitely I would recommend maybe a fellowship or internship with one of the more common science policy organizations. So NSPN is one, of course, but there's also like AAAS, there's FAS, ESAL. I can probably drop these names in the chat or something, but even if you just go to NSPN's Twitter, we have a bunch of partner organizations that all kind of work together, but working with any of those on a volunteer basis, or even a lot of them offer fellowships or paid internships. I would recommend that. You can start with your science communication skills. You can write, there's what you call an op-ed to write kind of your opinion on a topic, submit it to a local newspaper. But I would recommend connecting with community groups. If you're not at a university, there's again, nonprofits. If you are at a university, I'm 90% sure there's some kind of STEM, advocacy, local engagement type. It's kind of about the term you gotta use. Policy is one, but advocacy, engagement, outreach, those kinds of groups are super great to connect with. And yeah, I think just start by learning. There's some online courses, there's some edX courses, there's a Science and Technology Academy course through Debbie Stein. Yeah, any kind of free workshops you can attend, just anything. Because again, I don't know if the whole science policy career might not be a path for anyone in particular, but if you can at least just put your foot in and know how to be a better advocate, how to better communicate your issues that are important to you. I think that's a just wonderful skill to have.
Great. Well, before we end this, is there anything else you'd like to share? Do you want to reiterate your contact information or anything in case anyone wants to reach out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put my LinkedIn in the chat before I go if anyone wants to stay on a little longer. But yeah, continue to be the best versions of yourself. Be empowered. Again, most of you have the skills you need, whether it's from the lab or just being the person that you are, and really maximize that and show up as your authentic self and embrace your journey. It is a marathon, not a race. I mean, just kind of keep that in mind and remember that at any point in change, you can change what you want to do. And we're in a world where the internet is amazing. There's so many resources out there. Your next step is a Google click away. So just remembering that and being positive and smiling along the way, because it does get hard, especially I love to advocate for Black students, DEI spaces, and making sure that these people are held accountable for what they, want to implement and say that they want to do and the changes they want to make. And that can be super heavy sometimes. So making sure that you have some time to decompress and really not get too consumed by it, but still keep that passion there will go a long way. So take breaks, take care of yourself, love yourself, hug yourself, all those good things, but keep doing the work for sure.
Thank you so much. This is great. And everyone, just to remind everyone, the next talk is at 12. But yeah.
Drop the link in the chat really quickly. And yeah, anyone feel free to message me or just follow me on LinkedIn. I'll follow you back and we'll stay connected. And if you need any help to get wherever you want to go, just let me know and I'll do my best to, if I can't help you, I'll get you to the resources that can.
Sounds great. Thank you again.
Awesome. Well, y'all have a good day. I'll stay tuned in and see y'all later.
Bye.
Well, hello everyone out there. Shagness here. Let me know whenever you're ready to start.
Okay.
Oh, Pep. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me join you today. I'm always excited to talk about why it's so important to have more scientists in public office.
Yeah, thanks for coming on and helping us with this event we're planning with in collaboration with NSPN and all these other groups. I also want to make sure to pronounce your name is Shaughnessy, right?
Shaughnessy.
Shaughnessy. Oh, okay. You didn't pronounce. If what I'll start off with is I'll read your bio right away. So Shaughnessy Nodden is the founder and president of 314 Action, the only organization dedicated to recruiting, training, and electing scientists to public office. Shaughnessy earned a degree in chemistry from Bryn Mawr College and worked in drug discovery for wife before stepping into manage a family small business in 2013. He ran for Congress after growing increasingly concerned about the lack of action on climate change, healthcare, and gun violence. Recognizing the barriers to seeking office as a scientist and the lack of representation at all levels of public office, Shaughnessy founded 314 Action. Since 2016, 314 Action has helped to elect over 200 scientists to the House, Senate, state, and municipal governments. Round of applause, everybody. Welcome, Shaughnessy.
Well, thank you, James, and thank you all for joining me, giving me an opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we're doing. And if Sammy is on the call, thank you for inviting me. So I will start by sharing my screen, if it's going to allow me. Actually, before I get started, I'll just play this quick video.
Happy anniversary, 314. Boy, have you helped me. I'm Kim Schreier, representative from Washington's 8th Congressional District. And I'll tell you, when I decided in 2017 to run for office, I did not have a clue what to do. 314 Action helped me so much. They taught me how to campaign, how to raise money, what I needed to do to win a congressional seat. And here I am, 4 years later, in Congress, alongside so many other scientists and doctors. I'm the first pediatrician ever in Congress, one of just 2 women doctors in Congress, and it's really because of you, 6 million people strong, supporting 314 Action so they could support people like me who will go to Congress and make evidence-based decisions. Thank you.
And, you know, as James said, my background was I was a chemist. And like many of you, I had always wanted to be a scientist, was, you know, just found that to be the path, and went to college knowing that I wanted to major in chemistry, even though I did not come from a family of physicians or scientists. My parents didn't go to college. And so when I graduated, went to work for Wyeth in their drug discovery, trying to make new antibiotics, and thought I would do that for a couple of years before going to graduate school. But funny thing happens in life, and ended up getting pulled into my family's business and running that for over a decade. And in 2013, I was increasingly concerned with the anti-science rhetoric out of so many politicians, the lack of action on things that I thought were really important. In 2013, you know, Congress had voted 40-something times to repeal the Affordable Care Act, rather than, you know, doing something to fix it. And what became clear to me was that this wasn't a problem that science alone could fix, whether we're talking about climate change or gun violence. You know, when it comes to gun violence, you know, we know the first step as scientists is you need to see what the data tells you. And at the time, Congress wasn't even allowing the Centers for Disease Control to collect data on gun violence. You know, the science tells us what we need to do about climate change. We need to reduce emissions, but Congress is doing nothing on that. And so I rather naively decided to try to make a difference by running for Congress, and really did not know what I was getting myself into. Running for Congress is not dipping your toe in the water, it's jumping right in the deep end. And, one of the first things you get asked when you're running for really any public office, but certainly for Congress, is, well, how much money can you raise? And I was 35 years old, and I know probably a lot of you are students on this call. As poor as you may feel like as students, just wait till you start having kids. And that was about the age where my friends were mostly starting to have kids. And the first thing you have to do is call your friends and ask them for $2,900. And that was not going to take me very far. And so we had to get really creative because we were pretty much locked out of the traditional Democratic donor network. And so we started cold calling chemists and kind of going state by state and making lists of chemists and calling them and making the case that even if they couldn't vote for me, we would benefit by having a chemist in Congress. And from there, we've reached out to physicists and physicians and researchers around the country, continuing to make this case. And I think there was, this was again back 2013, 2014, starting to be an awareness that this traditional attitude among scientists that science is above politics and therefore scientists shouldn't be involved in politics wasn't getting us to where we needed to go to find solutions to the problems facing our country. And ultimately, I did start building out this network, but I did not win the race, but I learned a lot in the process. And part of what I learned was that at the time, there were more talk radio show hosts in Congress than scientists and engineers. And that it's really hard to break into politics when you don't come from that traditional political background. Not only not knowing how to run for office, but not really having the network of associates, like, for example, attorneys do, that are accustomed and trained to giving, contributing, and participating in political campaigns. And so I founded 314 Action to try to change that, to encourage scientists to go beyond just advocacy and actually get involved in the electoral process, whether it's run for office themselves or, since that is not for everyone, support their colleagues and try to develop a culture among scientists that just like voting, that this needs to be part of your civic duty to get involved and have a voice in your community. Running for everybody has their own reasons for running, but there is certainly a lot at stake. With the recent preview of where the Supreme Court is heading, certainly reproductive rights should be front of mind if that is something that you care about. But part of what I think is the problem, one of the things I think government and really anything benefits is by having diversity of experience and background, particularly in elected office, where it can be hard for that to happen on its own. We all need to be involved to make that happen. And that's what we are doing at 314, is to bring that diversity of experience to Congress, but really all levels of government. When you look at Congress, about 50% are attorneys. And there certainly is a role for attorneys to play. It's not surprising that people who study law would want to make law, but there's nothing in our Constitution that says we can only be governed by attorneys. And whether the issue is healthcare or climate change or gun violence or nuclear security, having people that will look at the facts and base their conclusions on what the data and evidence tell us is a unique skill that scientists bring to legislating and governing, and one that we need more of. The good news is that Americans largely agree with us. we have done copious amounts of research throughout the years on taking the temperature of Americans on how they feel about scientists and politics and government. And, overwhelmingly what we find is that voters are very favorable to candidates with science backgrounds. Especially living through these past few years of both the chaos of the Trump administration and the reality of the pandemic, it has really shined a spotlight on science for a lot of Americans that perhaps didn't think about it, or certainly didn't think about it very often, and what a role that has on their daily lives, whether it's delivering us vaccines or providing up-to-date public health advice. People really are looking to, both in the pandemic, but more generally, people are looking to scientists and the experts to guide us through these challenges. And I know it doesn't always seem like that, because there certainly is a very vocal anti-science minority that probably gets outsized attention in the media. But the reality is that Americans and voters do have a lot of trust in science, and are looking to them. So 2018 was our first full cycle, and so this was the midterm election after President Trump had been elected. And there were a lot of people who had never been involved in politics before, never had run for office before, stepping up to run for offices like for the US House and US Senate. And we were proud to be there with our 314 candidates. So this is the inaugural class of folks, scientists we helped elect in 2018. And there's a lot of interesting stories that came out of these races. And so I want to highlight a few of them. Just one is Sean Casten. He is a chemical engineer. He was running in a suburban district in Chicago, Illinois, outside of Chicago, that was originally drawn for the incumbent Republican congressman. And this congressman had voted against every climate initiative, almost every environmental bill in his tenure in Congress. And Sean is a chemical engineer, clean energy entrepreneur, and he was running in a contested, I think it was a 5-way Democratic primary. And his issue was climate change. And his consultant said, don't talk about that. Nobody cares about climate change. That's a loser issue, but it was his issue. And so he continued to make it a focus of the campaign. And when he won the primary, the Republican congressman then joined the climate caucus in Congress. Now he had been there for a decade and he could have joined the climate caucus pretty much at any point, but never had until it became very real to him that this was going to be an issue that he was vulnerable on and that Sean was going to hold him accountable for. And it really shows the importance of running credible candidates and talking about issues that are important to you and your constituents. And sometimes your passion makes that issue more important or more relevant to people that perhaps hadn't been thinking about it. Sean did win and did unseat the congressman and did win re-election in 2020. But even if he hadn't, I would still tell you that story because I think it is so important that we hold politicians accountable. And there is a basic reality in elections that most people who run are not going to win. Think about how many people were running for president in 2020, but only one gets to be president. But that doesn't mean that the process, that you can't bring things to the process and make a difference. Hopefully we do help you get elected, but that is part of the story as well. I also want to highlight Joe Cunningham. He was an ocean engineer running in a district in South Carolina that hadn't been represented by a Democrat in 40 years, that President Trump had won by over 10 percentage points, which all the politicos said that was not a seat that Democrats could ever win again. It was actually the seat, if you remember, Mark Sanford, the former governor of South Carolina, who then went to Congress, he was the current congressman there. But he ended up losing the primary to a Trump devotee Republican. And Joe's issue had been about climate change and banning offshore drilling. And because President Trump was for offshore drilling, his Republican opponent ran against climate change and for offshore drilling. And if any of you are from coastal communities, especially coastal communities dependent on tourism, that's a direct threat to both your way of life, as well as perhaps your industry. And so he was able to really distinguish himself, not so much as a Democrat, but as a scientist. And what he said, what happened, and I heard this from a lot of candidates in 2018, that I believe in science became a campaign applause line. And I'm sure for all the scientists on the call, it kind of hurts to even hear those words together. But it is something we're seeing more and more. And I think the pandemic has really increased this all the more, is that believing in science, or whatever that means, being a scientist has almost become a value statement. And we've certainly seen it with our candidates, and it's a value statement in that they are grounded in truth and evidence. And that is what people are looking for from their elected leaders. And it has allowed these candidates to win in districts that had never been represented by Democrats before. I also want to highlight Lauren Underwood. She also was running in a suburban district, really an exurban, primarily white district in Illinois. And she was running against an incumbent. Lauren's background is, she is a nurse and a public health advocate. She had worked in the Obama administration working on the Flint water crisis. And after Donald Trump won, she moved back to Illinois. And she also has type 1 diabetes. And when her congressman had pledged to uphold the Affordable Care Act, that was obviously very important to her as someone dependent on access to affordable healthcare. And when he voted to repeal it, she decided to run. She was, I think, 28 years old. And she ran an incredible campaign, unseated a long-term incumbent, really on issues around science and healthcare. And she became the youngest African-American woman ever elected to the US House of Representatives. And when she got to Congress, she co-founded the Black Maternal Health Caucus. Now, Black maternal health outcomes have been worse in this country forever. But no one has made it a priority before, and I would argue because no one brought the experience that Lauren brought, being both a nurse, a public health advocate, and an African-American woman. And it really speaks to why it is so important that we have diverse people representing us in Congress, because we will get better priorities. And I think particularly as scientists, we will bring a better process to governing. And that's where I'd like to highlight Jackie Rosen. So she was a freshman member of the US House of Representatives from Nevada. Her background is in computer science. And she decided to run for Senate, and she was serving on the House Science and Technology Committee, which at the time was under, the Republicans had the majority in the US House. So that meant she was a freshman member in the minority party, but she put up 2 pieces of legislation, one focused on girls in STEM and one on science education and better arming teachers to teach science at the primary and secondary level. And the Republican congressman who was the chair of the committee was retiring. And so he allowed her legislation to proceed. And she said, the Republican members on the committee had said to him, why are you doing that? We have to vote for this legislation, but you're going to give her a win when she's running for Senate. And he, for whatever reason, it passed the committee and then passed the House, and Donald Trump even signed it into law. And it really highlights going to the process of why scientists are so valuable in positions of governing and legislating. And, because they look to find the solution. She could have put up legislation that had everything on her wish list in it, and it wouldn't have gone anywhere. But instead, she focused on some practical solutions that she knew she could get buy-in from Republican members. And I think that's also a trait that we see from these folks that we help elect, is that they try to get to yes and focus on the problem solving. Oh, and there's Lauren. And so in case you don't know, the Black Maternal Health, it's called the Momnibus Act. It ended up being a bipartisan, bicameral piece of legislation. When Kamala Harris was still in the Senate, she was one of the co-sponsors, and really focused on a lot of the things that affect maternal health outside of the labor delivery room. And again, thinking more holistically about how we can better get better outcomes for mothers, and particularly Black mothers. So in 2020, we continued the work we were doing. We have run candidate trainings where we show scientists how, what's involved in running for office, kind of the A to Z 2-day boot camp on everything from communications to fundraising, to putting a campaign plan, to figuring out your vote get. We've trained over 1,400 scientists in that. We've helped elect 17 at the federal level, that's the House and Senate. And really, I think, have continued to kind of spread the gospel of why we need scientists involved. So in 2020, these were our winners at the federal level. Mark Kelly and John Hickenlooper were the only two Democrats to unseat Republicans outright in the November 2020 elections. Mark is a former NASA astronaut, Navy test pilot, and the husband of former Representative Gabby Giffords, who was the congresswoman who was with her constituents when she was gunned down in a shopping center probably about a decade ago. And so he's been a real advocate for reducing gun violence, and has certainly brought that experience with him to the Senate. We also helped elect John Hickenlooper. He's the former governor, earth scientist from Colorado, done a lot of really great things as governor. Again, he was working with a Republican-controlled state House and state Senate, so he really had to focus on how to get to yes, and he was able to reduce with getting buy-in from the Republican legislature. They were able to reduce teenage pregnancies and abortions pretty dramatically. I'm forgetting the number at the moment. They were the first state to enact methane limits on drilling wells. And after the horror of the Aurora shooting, was able to enact bipartisan, pretty much common sense gun regulations to help try to reduce gun violence in his state, and then was elected to the Senate, and is continuing to do good work there. Senator Alex Padilla was not elected to the Senate, although he's up for election this year. He was appointed to the seat that Vice President Kamala Harris vacated when she became vice president. But he's an engineer, MIT grad, first generation American. His parents immigrated here from Mexico, and started his career as taking on the challenge of running for Los Angeles City Council, which is just even bigger than running for Congress as your first try out of the gate. And he was successful and has worked his way up in California to now be one of the US senators. We also helped elect Nikema Williams in Georgia. Her background is as a biologist. She replaced John Lewis, and she had worked for John Lewis and then won his seat in the November elections. And then in 2021, when Deb Haaland, Congresswoman from New Mexico, was picked to become Interior Secretary, our team activated to help get Melanie Stansbury's race campaign up and going. She was a current member of the New Mexico State House, and we knew it would be a special election, and we had no time to waste. And so our campaigns team helped to raise her some money so that she could bring on a staffer and organize, get the nomination, and ultimately go on to win and even outperform President Biden in her district in a special election. One of the things we also did in 2020 was make a lot of investments at the state legislative level. And every 10 years in this country, we have we hold a census, and then from there, that is how usually state legislatures can be independent panels, but that is how we get new congressional and legislative districts. And Wisconsin was an important place for us to invest. The current governor was Tony Evers. He's a former science teacher. And even though Wisconsin is pretty much evenly divided in the vote between Democrats and Republicans, as you can see up here, it's 48-49, 48-49. That would lead you to think they would have a legislature and congressional delegation about 50-50. But because Republicans were so efficient with redistricting and gerrymandering after the 2010 census, when there was a Republican legislature and a Republican governor in the state, they had 63% of the state Senate, 61% of the state assembly, and pretty much 60% of the congressional delegation. And so we knew it was really important to make sure that we kept Republicans from getting a supermajority in which they would be able to veto Governor Evers anything that he did. It was also really important that Governor Evers would be able to veto anything the legislature did, particularly thinking about redistricting, but even public health measures during a pandemic. And so we did. We helped elect Sarah Rodriguez and Nick Milroy to the state assembly, and preserved his veto, of which he has used to try to get fairer maps with the redistricting process. These are some of the folks that were already elected when we founded 314, but we continue to support their races as well. And so I think a lot of people ask, like, what is it you actually do as an organization? And so what we do is we start off really early. We operate on the congressional cycle, so the 2-year cycle. And first we identify the races, statewide, congressional, Senate, even now expanding more into state legislative districts, to identify who's going to be up for office, who we think might be retiring, what races we think are competitive based on how they voted in prior races, perhaps in the Senate or governor's race, and where we think those races are trending to. There was an extra element of challenge for this 2022 cycle because of redistricting. We didn't know exactly what the map was going to look like, and in some states we still don't know. But also using our judgment to kind of read the tea leaves a little bit as to where we thought those opportunities would come up. And then we recruit candidates. Sometimes that means actually calling through people who we think would make for good candidates. Sometimes that means people reach out to us and say, hey, I'm a scientist and I want to run. How do I do this? And then our campaigns team works very closely with them. On a congressional campaign, you might only have one staffer when you first start. And so what we do is we'll loan out our staff. We'll help, our communications team will help them put together a communications plan, press releases, help them with their media training. As scientists, we can sometimes be a bit literal with how we communicate or want to rely on facts and figures, which are not going to be persuasive to voters. So we really help with that. And continue to work with them along the way. Our campaigns team really embeds in the campaign to both show them best practices as well as help guide them through through the process. A lot of our candidates are first-time candidates, where that can be incredibly valuable, as you heard from Kim Schreier at the top of my talk. And then once we endorse candidates, we help to start fundraising for them, introducing them to our network of over 6 million members. And then eventually we can decide to invest in a direct communications program where we communicate with voters in the district about issues and our candidates. So that could be through digital, print, television, really depends on the media market and what we think is needed to help get these folks over the finish line and elected into office. We've already made some endorsements for the 2022 congressional cycle. I'll start here with Senator Tony Vargas, who just won his primary in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district this week. He also is a first-generation American. His parents came here from Peru, I believe, and is a state senator in the unicameral in Nebraska. He is running in a district that President Biden won, but is represented by a Republican congressman. And we already have polling back that he is polling ahead of the congressman in this race, which is quite exciting. We also have closer to home for you folks, Quay Cordy, just outside of Los Angeles. His father was a chemist, actually, came here from Ghana. He's a Naval Academy grad. He is a cybersecurity expert and is running also in a district that President Biden won, but is currently represented by a Republican, and just brings a really unique background to his race and to Congress as well. I'll also highlight Dr. Kermit Jones, also in California, but more in the Sacramento area. He is a physician, also a Naval Academy grad, also an attorney, and he was a health advisor to President Obama. We had been working with this campaign since very early on, even though it was in a district that the incumbent Republican seemed to be unbeatable because he had won, he had kept winning re-election. But then right before New Year's, California put out their new congressional maps, and the incumbent Republican that Kermit was running against decided to switch districts and run in an easier district for a Republican to win in. So now Kermit had been already working at his campaign for a year, had been putting together a strong campaign, and now was running in an open seat in a more favorable district for Democrat. So that's definitely a race to keep an eye on. And really shows why it's important for us to get involved with these candidates really early, because retirements happen, redistricting happens, lots of things can happen in politics, and you have to be ready to take advantage of those opportunities. And the only way to do that is to start early. I'll also highlight Dr. Yadira Caraveo. She is a pediatrician. She currently serves in the Colorado State House, and she is running in the newly drawn new district for Colorado. This is I think it's almost a 50% Hispanic district. Yadira is also a first-generation American, And our campaigns team had worked with her since really early on, helping her to get her campaign set up. She had the added challenge as a primary care physician or a pediatrician, who's many of her patients pay her through Medicaid. She didn't have the luxury of not working, so she had to maintain her practice along with campaigning, and that's where our campaigns team really tried to fill in as much as they could. And in December or January, we realized that she needed help getting petition signatures to get her name on the ballot. And so our campaigns team really activated, helped, flew out there, helped organize her volunteers to get the petition signature. Her opponent didn't. So that meant it went to the convention, where you have to get at least, I think it was 28% of the convention vote to then appear on the ballot. And again, our campaigns team worked with her team to whip votes, and she was able to secure the nomination without even having to go through a primary. So that can be very helpful for a campaign to not have to spend down to zero before going into the general election. And State Rep Christina Bohannon, she's an engineer by training. She is running for Congress in Iowa. And same thing, because of, I would say, her strong campaigning in our early intervention, she was also able to stave off a primary. We have endorsed some folks for gubernatorial races this year. Nan Whaley won her primary in Ohio 2 weeks ago. She is a chemist by training, and she won with 70% of the vote, which is pretty impressive, especially when looking at Mike DeWine, the current governor. In his closed primary, so only Republicans could vote in it, he won less than 50% of the vote. This is a real opportunity for Ohio to not only elect a scientist, but the first woman as governor. Dr. Chris Jones, if you haven't seen his announcement video, go watch it. He is incredibly persuasive. He is a physicist and a pastor, running for governor against Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas. Tough race, but he is doing the hard work. And then Governor Evers up for re-election. Joe Cunningham, who you may have remembered from before, was someone we helped elect to Congress, is now running for governor of South Carolina. And Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist is on the ticket with Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. He is a computer scientist and has really used that data-driven background, as well as experience with computer science, to work on things like judicial reform and racial justice in Michigan. And so I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, God, I would never want to run for Congress. And that's okay. There are other ways to get involved, whether it's volunteering or serving at a local or state level. There are over 500,000 municipal offices in the United States that are elected, and they oversee over $3 trillion in spending annually. It's a way for you to often serve part-time, get a sense of what it's like to serve and run for public office without having to take a step away from your career or take a pay cut. And it can be incredibly important, whether, if you think about it, education funding mostly comes from the state and local level. And certainly a lot of the decisions around education, whether it's curriculum or LGBTQ issues, a lot of those are decided right at the school board level. And I think school board is a wonderful place for scientists to serve, because they can help better influence policy that really can make a difference, in their community, but also be models for other communities to draw from. And with that, we are really working to beef up our engagement and recruiting in those state and municipal offices, and building out a digital platform to provide the types of services that we provide one-on-one for federal and statewide candidates. But to really be able to scale the program, we need to do that through a digital platform. This is a little outdated, but you know, the good news is this administration has made science a priority, even elevating the science advisor to a cabinet level position, which I think is important for so many issues. So what can you do? Attend a training, get involved, whether it's, you know, a local campaign or maybe volunteer on a congressional, and make sure you vote. You know, if you are legally allowed to vote, please register and please vote. We have elections every 6 months, not just every 4 years. And it's really important that we all get and stay engaged. So with that, I will, I'm happy to take any questions or comments and open it up.
Thank you so much, honestly. It was great getting to hear how you got started with 314 Action. I don't see any questions, but I can give you one right off the bat and see if people will add on as we continue. What is one piece of advice you'd give to early career scientists that are interested in running for office, but just don't know where to start?
Well, one place that I think is great to start is by volunteering on either an issue campaign or a candidate's campaign, because there are things that you will learn that could be applicable for yourself when you do run. And, you know, especially as graduate students, you know, you might not plan on staying where you're going to school now, but you can still take that experience of, you know, I know one of our scientists when he was in grad school worked on a raising the minimum wage campaign in the city or town where he was going to school. He knew he wasn't going to stay there, but he learned from that experience. And when he moved and did decide to run for city council in where he was living and raising his family, he had that experience to draw on as well as to talk about, you know, that he didn't wake up on Tuesday and decide to get involved. He's always had a commitment to that. So I think it's helpful on both those fronts.
Right, perfect, yeah. Okay, let me see. I do have a few more questions I could ask you. So when you ran for office back in 2015, what were some of the barriers to entry you faced? And are there new / old ones you still notice that new scientists that you try to bring in states when running for office?
Yeah, I mean, one of the perennial issues is that people have often a very traditional, I don't even know how to describe it, but they have a very conservative view of what a politician looks like, especially talking about Congress or Senate, you know, that it looks like an older, middle-aged white man, you know, in a suit, who has a business and probably a law degree. And so, you know, the first thing is, you know, is convincing people that actually scientists not only make great campaigners, make great legislators and relate to your issues. You know, oftentimes you have to make it through a primary, and by nature, you probably will not be running against another scientist. So it's a real way to distinguish yourself in a primary or in a race where you might be running against someone that you know, shares a lot of your values and you know, cares, you know, has essentially, you know, maybe slight policy differences, but supports the same things you do, but allows you to distinguish yourself. One of the other challenges is making, you know, even making the case to your friends and family, where you have to start to get their buy-in and support. And if you've never talked to them about politics or running for office or, you know, been engaged in campaigns, you know, they're going to have more skepticism than if you have kind of laid that groundwork before you even run.
Okay, yeah. So I guess it's also useful to get familiar with the community and see where you can get involved early.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way, is attend a school board meeting or a municipal meeting and make a statement. Reach out to your legislators and offer your expertise, you know, particularly when it's an issue that's important, that's happening in their community and affecting their constituents. They're often very receptive if you reach out to them. Take, for example, there's a flooding issue or PFAS, you know, that's a great place for chemists to get involved. I mean, these are in every community. People are confused, you know, they want to know how to protect themselves, and, you know, giving people advice, you know, without, you don't have to position yourself as an expert on PFAS, but you can say, like, as a chemist, this is, you know, this is what the, you know, this is what the CDC is telling us, or this is what, you know, the health agencies say we need to do to keep ourselves safe. Making a statement, and again, reaching out to legislators, especially if it's something that's affecting their constituents. You can start building that relationship with either the legislator themselves or their staff as an expert on, or a knowledgeable person on issues that they'll feel more comfortable reaching out to, you know, the next time something comes up. And then additionally, I'll highlight every state, not every state, some states have programs to actually give scientists residency in the state legislatures or state senate. And California has a program. So I think they're 1 or 2 year paid programs where you serve as a scientific advisor to a state senator, or it could be assembly too. And what's really interesting is the exit interviews from those programs that both, one that really stuck out in my mind was a Republican state senator said, you know, I will never not have a scientist in my office after having one serve there for I think it was a year. Because they helped us with so much stuff that we wouldn't have even known. And it's not even a chemist can only talk about issues relating to chemistry. I mean, just the training that you have really is something incredibly useful. On the other side, the scientists who served said there wasn't a week that didn't go by that I either didn't stop something really bad from happening by just reading through what was happening, or I actually got something good to happen. And that's a great way to learn kind of beyond, you know, House of Cards type experience with politics, but actually the reality of how policy is made.
Thanks, Mitch. I think you did offer a lot of insight, and I'm not surprised that scientist was able to help their local representative figure out so many of those issues. I don't see any questions, but I do have one final one for you. What was your first experience with policy making and writing like? And do you have any advice for how like your scientists or really anyone in that group can get started with helping develop policy or develop local regulations and laws?
Yeah, well, like I said, there's over 500,000 municipal offices that are elected. Those can be water board, city council, school board, a planning commission. You know, that's a great place to start. You know, how much better do you think things would be run if more scientists and engineers served on water boards and city planning commissions? So, you know, so that's a great place. The other is, you know, especially as graduate students, is just reaching out and starting to build that relationship with your, you know, local leaders, you know, whether it's with them directly or their staff. It really is as simple as either sending an email and introducing yourself, or picking up the phone and calling. But, you know, sending an email, say, hi, I'm so-and-so. You know, these are my credentials. And, I would like to work with you on this issue that's affecting these constituents, that you represent. And I think I could be helpful because of this, this, and this. And that's often a way to just start getting involved. And, a lot of these local offices are minimally, if not staffed at all, and they are often very receptive to offers of help.
That's really interesting to know, because I know, at least in my community, I have seen postings within at least the municipality that I live in for different town halls that happen, but I often don't see a lot of local community getting involved. It's usually residents who are either too busy or just can't seem to find the time to be a part of these meetings.
Yeah, I mean, usually the people that show up are the people that are angry.
Yeah.
And, and that's not really an effective way to start, right? Even if you are angry, it's better to start trying to find a productive way to start that dialogue.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'm having a couple questions. So my first is, are you collaborating with the Union of Concerned Scientists?
So the Union of Concerned Scientists is a 501c3, which is it's an IRS tax definition, but they do not get involved in electoral politics. They are only advocacy driven. And so we work with them on the advocacy side on things that we can, but on the political side, they cannot get involved. But they are a great organization to work with if you are looking more to get involved in policy. And that's a great place to start.
Okay. The other question from the audience is, how does your chemistry degree specifically serve you in politics?
Well, and that's kind of a funny question, because I would say initially it served as a place of contention with my campaign advisors. I was a synthetic organic chemist who worked on a novel synthesis of a Taxol derivative. The first time, they make up a palm card, which is the card that tells a little bit about who you are that you would leave behind or give to people at events. And the first version that they sent me said I was a biomedical researcher. And, and I was like, no, I'm not. They're like, yeah, you worked in breast cancer research. And I said, well, yes, but I worked as a chemist. And so we did finally, they're like, yeah, same difference, biomedical researcher. I'm like, no, not really. And so through a lot of back and forth, we came to, mutually agreed, okay, I was a former breast cancer researcher. So, it was an honest description of what I did, but it also was something that the public would understand, because even if you put the two words synthetic and organic in the same sentence, people think like, how can something be synthetic and organic at the same time? And that's not the conversation you want to be having as a chemist running for public office. But, I think what happens is people, kind of going back to what I said in the beginning, is that people do have a lot of trust in scientists. And that trust extends beyond just your field of expertise. So sometimes, the heavens align and it becomes a science issue. Like PFAS in my community was a pretty relevant issue when I was running. And so it did offer me an opportunity to talk about something not my exact field of expertise, but have credibility on it. But what we've also seen is that credibility extends beyond just that, people look to you to tell them the truth. And when you don't know the answer, to say, I'm not sure, I'll find out and I will get back to you. And so I think it really is an asset. I think it's different as well. People don't think they necessarily know a scientist, but on it, you do have a lot of credibility on issues, and that that extends out getting involved in your community as well. And that's where making those public statements and attending those meetings, you can establish yourself as someone credible and trustworthy before you even run.
Thank you so much, Shaughnessy. It was a pleasure getting to hear you talk and informing us how we can all start to get involved early with our local offices and municipal governments. I think
Yeah.
we're going to be switching to waiting for our next speaker.
Well,
But if you,
Yeah, no,
feel free to
thank
go ahead.
you. Thank you for having me. I will put in the chat a link to our website, and you can probably figure out our social media tags from there. And I'm very happy to see Representative Koopa joining you. I've spoken with her in the past, and I hope that you enjoy her talk, and great to see you.
Yeah.
Great to see you as well, Shaughnessy. This is exciting to be here.
Yeah, and good luck this year.
Thank
Good luck
you.
with your talk, and good luck with your election.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so Danae is going to be doing your introduction. We're waiting for her, and then we'll get started.
So nice to be here with all of you.
Hello. How are you? I think you're muted. Sorry.
I think, how are you?
I'm great. Sorry I'm late.
Okay.
So I don't know if I missed anything already, but I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Vinay, and so I'll be moderating today. And to introduce our guest today, we have State Rep Padma Kupa, who is serving her second term in the Michigan House of Representatives and representing Michigan's 41st House District. And this encompasses the cities of Troy and Clawson. Prior to this, her career as an engineer and project manager spanned the automotive, financial, and IT industries. Ms. Kupa has also been a civic leader, volunteering with the PTA and founding the Troy Area Interfaith Group and serving on Troy's Planning Commission and Zoning Board. She is currently president of the Troy Historical Society, a board member of the Michigan Roundtable for Diversity and Inclusion, and on the advisory councils for South Asian American Voices for Impact and the Great Lakes Political Academy. Representative Kupa currently champions issues for several legislative caucuses, including the Progressive Women's Caucus, the Firearm Safety and Violence Prevention Caucus, the Poverty and Homelessness Caucus, the Oakland County Caucus, and the Labor Caucus. She also serves as historian of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus and co-chairs the Asian Pacific American Caucus, the CARE Caucus, and the Bipartisan House Breakfast Group. She is the first Indian immigrant and Hindu in the Michigan legislature. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Vinay. It's really an honor to be here. I'm very excited to talk about my journey to becoming a legislator. I never had any political aspirations, nor did I think politics was something that I would take up. So it's really cool to be able to come and speak to scientists about being on the ballot and how I got there.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to jump right in, or do you want to ask?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
So we were going to ask questions after you do
Sure.
your presentation.
So actually, I don't think there is any specific presentation. I'm in my second term, and my first term and my second term, I've done a lot of legislation, introduced a lot of legislation, supported things that would help the environment, and also that I think are logical. As an engineer, I like math and logic. And so a lot of the policies that I have supported are ones that would help a broad cross-section of people, not only those in my district, but across the state, so that our state is healthy, both in terms of, natural resources, but also economic well-being. And so I think that's really important that we look at it from a broad range of perspectives. I have a very diverse district socioeconomically. I have a very diverse district ethnically, and I have a very diverse district in terms of, age-wise. I've got many senior citizens and retirees in the district, as well as young families and single people. And so being able to support the needs of all these different people is important. And I think that being in science and engineering and being a STEM professional gives you a lot of ability to look at things from a multidimensional perspective.
Right. Yeah. I think that leads into one of the questions I had. Can you talk a bit about your journey from being an engineer at Chrysler and a business analyst, and then towards becoming a state representative?
Sure. So when I had kids, I had moved to Michigan. They were young. My husband and I are both engineers, wanted to work in the auto industry. And at the time, I initially started volunteering with the house of worship that we were part of, the Hindu temple in the area. And then I started volunteering. Once they got to school, I started volunteering in the PTA. and eventually started volunteering because of after 9/11, the city of Troy is very diverse. We have 1 in 3 people almost born in another country. So we're very heavily immigrant. And so I recognized the need for more cohesion amongst the diverse. Diversity is a given, but really inclusion is getting a seat at the table. And so I would serve on different civic boards, things that I volunteered for, nothing that I was elected for even. I really didn't want to run for office. People would tell me to run for something. But really the interest in public education was what stemmed or the interest in public education led me to running for office. I had been to Lansing with my children when they went in their 4th grade field trip to the state capitol, but I had also gone there on behalf of the school district to talk about education funding and how the education funding model that we have was not fiscally sound. And education cuts don't heal. Right? I mean, you put a Band-Aid on a regular cut, but you can't put a Band-Aid on an education cut. It really harms the society when you don't have an educated workforce. It harms the economy. People don't understand what's right and what's real. They don't understand history if they don't get a good understanding of history. And so I really thought that that was important. And so when I was up in Lansing and talking about it, I saw that it was a sort of a natural alliance with Republicans wanting to underfund and defund public education and Democrats wanting to fund and shore up public education. And while neither party got it right in terms of like addressing the challenges with zip code, I think it all stems from the funding model being wrong. And so I would go up and I would talk to whoever was my state representative. I got smart. I didn't have to go up to Lansing all the time. I found their office hours in district and I would write letters to them and write emails. And eventually I got to know them also because I was volunteering in the community. And so I would actually call them and talk to them about it. And then in 2017, I was working. My son had just graduated from high school in 2016. My daughter was almost graduating from college in 2018. She graduated. And so I was in that stage of being an empty nester. And I saw Betsy DeVos becoming the Secretary of Education. You know, everybody was like alive when Trump got elected to office. But for me, I had been involved all along. This was not something like a wake-up call. What was really a push for me to run for office was how during the confirmation hearings of DeVos, nobody really saw that her answers were insufficient to run our national education department. And I just found that to be very, very frustrating, that a political appointee that had no experience and nobody was saying anything, and that nobody felt outraged that you had someone in charge, that you wouldn't want me to treat your cancer. Why would you want Betsy DeVos to run your national education department? And so that was what spurred me, because my father always quoted Tip O'Neill. My father's a retired English professor, and he always quoted Tip O'Neill, and he would say, all politics is local. And that was why I had never really run for anything, because I was more interested in being sort of the advocate for an issue. But I realized that if I ran for office, I could inspire a lot more people to pay attention. One, because I'm an immigrant. My parents lived here when I was growing up. They got their PhDs, but they took them back to their country. I lived here for 11 years. I have an American accent, but I also have sort of an American way of being. And so it was really hard for me to adjust in India. I finished high school, I finished college, and I got a student visa, and I came back to the United States as a foreign student visa, even though I felt this was home. I started with $250 and 2 suitcases, and that became sort of the beginning of sort of finding myself and my rooting myself in American, not only American politics, but also American society. But I have sort of the immigrant mindset that you have to work hard and you have to figure out how to solve the problem that comes from being an engineer. And so that's why I ran for office in 2018. and I flipped a seat that had never been held before by an immigrant or by a woman of color. And I'm really happy that I did that, but I still see there's more to be done. And part of it is encouraging more people who have similar backgrounds to get involved in their local communities.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. That's like such an amazing journey that you've taken to your current position. And I think Betsy DeVos also like motivated me to get more interested in like public education in general and how that's funded. So I understand that being a big motivation. And yeah, I love this event because we are all with similar backgrounds probably. And I wanted to ask like how your engineering and technical background has served you as a legislator in your current role.
Yeah, so one of the big things that I didn't think that would be helpful is that I had no political background. Like I really was worried that because I'm not an engineer, because I'm an engineer and not interested and really didn't know law, I'm not a lawyer, I didn't study public policy. I was concerned that that would be a detriment and be problematic. But two things. One is, as long as you know how to read, you can read a document. And politics, a lot of politics and lawmaking is about relationship building. And we do that whether you're in engineering, whether you're a technical background, whether you're a scientist, you build relationships with your colleagues, with the people that you're working with, and educating people. And so educating people also means educating yourself, right? And so I think that the ability to connect with others and learn what their concerns are, delving into an issue, these are really important things that are both important in the engineering and STEM professions as well as in lawmaking. You really need to go out into the constituent communities and talk to them and find out, I go to senior coffee hours to find out like what are their concerns. And it was really interesting because I had several seniors that came to me with like spreadsheets of how prescription drug prices, how they've increased over the last decade or, whatever years that they've been tracking it. And so then I got appointed to the governor's prescription drug task force. And so different organizations, like the Michigan Association of Health Plans, the Michigan Pharmacists Association, and so many others came and gave us presentations with their specific concerns. And I think being an engineer and being able to weigh the different perspectives and like sort through like what is the heart of the problem and how do you solve it, I think those are really important skills that I have as an engineer that really I was able to apply. And then when the task force, the prescription drug task force made its report, I was able to correlate it to all the things that we had heard from the various stakeholders involved. And I think that's really important, is being able to hear different perspectives and then being able to make sort of a decision that may not satisfy everyone, but satisfies the majority and solves the problem at hand.
Sorry, it's muted, but yeah, that's sounds like skills that we're all currently building as well. So, and I think you talked about like relationship building, and I mentioned, you were appointed by the mayor to the Troy
Planning Commission.
Yeah,
So I think he tried to. So there's a funny story to that. In 2014, there was a vacancy on city council, and the vacancy, I applied for the vacancy on city council so that I could be appointed because somebody had gotten elected. And so he was going to be stepping down. And so I applied. And when I applied, there were 19 of us who applied. 6 of us were interviewed. Of the 6 of us, I was the only one that was female. I was the only one who was an immigrant, and I'm the only one who's a person of color. And all 5 other people were white men. And our council at that time was 6 white men and a woman. And this is in a community that has 30% foreign-born people. And yet the council members, the 6 council members who had to make the decision, were divided about appointing me or appointing a man named Paul McCowan, because he was on the local Republican Party leadership. And I wasn't really interested in Democrat, Republican at that point. I was an independent. This was in 2014. And I really, especially local politics, most of our local electeds are nonpartisan races for city council and school board here in Michigan and Troy. And so I didn't really think that being not partisan, being nonpartisan or being an independent was going to hurt me. But unfortunately, it did. 3 people preferred the Republican guy over me. And so because 3 people preferred me, they were divided. So then they picked a 3rd candidate of the 6 that were interviewed. And he happened to be on Planning Commission. And so one of my mentors, she was a former mayor for the city of Troy. She immediately called me. She said, "You did a fantastic job on the interview. Now you go and apply for the Planning Commission seat." And so I had this lady encourage me. She's in her 90s now, but she is amazing. Her name's Jean Stein. And she just pushed me to do something that was outside my comfort zone, because I had no idea what would I do on Planning Commission. I had volunteered to be on the master plan. Like when they put out bulletins in the city asking for volunteering, I always wanted to help people. I mean, that's really the nature that the thing that my parents, why they went back to India with their PhDs, it wasn't that they didn't like being here in the United States. They felt they could help their country better by being there with their education. And so for me, this was really important that I help people. And so when Jean Stein told me to apply, I immediately went home that weekend. That was on a Monday night because council meetings were on Monday. So by that weekend, I put in my application to be on the Planning Commission. And so by the end of the year, I was appointed, and starting January 2015, I was appointed to Planning Commission. I really enjoyed Planning Commission. In my first 6 months, one of the things that we did was it was a collective body of 9 people. We had a student member as well. We had a planning consultant, the director of our planning department, and a legal person, a person from our law department, because we're a city of 90,000. And so want to make decisions that are legally sound as well. And so all of us would meet twice a month on site plans that would come up. Now, one of the things that had happened before I was on Planning Commission, I would drive around in the city, running around as a PTA mom, or, taking kid to baseball or soccer or dance or whatever. And I would always see people would buy up these properties and then they would clear cut them to do development. And this is one of our big challenges in this country. Every 30 seconds, a football-sized field of land is being developed. We're really destroying our natural resources. And I knew that because of my connections to protecting the environment through my work with an organization called Bhumi. It was at the time, it was called Bhumi Project. Today it's called Bhumi Global. And so one of the things that I had also known was that when we first tried to do the tree protection ordinance, that the people had come out in droves to object to it before, when the city council had tried to pass a tree protection ordinance. So one of the things that our Planning Commission did was to benchmark what other cities around the area had done, which ones had tree protection ordinances, and then what they did to pass them. Like, how did they get stakeholder buy-in? How did they make sure that residents weren't angry with that? And we had a civil engineer and several architects and a couple of finance people and a couple of lawyers. So it was really a good, diverse group of people. And we we created the language, we submitted it, we approved it, but that doesn't make it law. That ordinance had to be approved by city council. So I really understood the process of how local level ordinances affect a community. And so I think that really was good experience. I served on the Planning Commission for 4 years before I had to, when I ran, I had to resign when I got elected, because you can't hold Planning Commission. And, but I did a lot of other courses and education around being a planning commissioner. And it was exciting. is almost like a great hobby. And there were a lot of people who just did this. One of my mentors, again, a woman, she's a mayor pro tem, Robin Beltramini, and she educated me a lot on municipal finance so that when I went into the legislature, I had all this experience and knowledge that other people had given me. So yeah, I think that's like getting involved locally is the best way to make real change.
Yeah, I totally agree. That someone in the chat, Carlin, said, "Wow, that's an incredible story." I don't know if you can see the chat, but yeah, that is really
I can see the chat.
Okay, cool. But that is really an incredible story of how you got involved in the planning commission. And I didn't know that it's just like an application. Is it like open application that people do in your area? You said you applied to the planning commission, basically, right?
Yeah, so I applied to this. So you can go to your city website and find out what positions are open.
Okay.
And I would even say do it in your school district,
Right.
because being elected to school board, being elected to planning, city council is one thing, but you can also be appointed to boards that may not take as much effort as, dip your toe in before you put your foot in the water to see how cold it is, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's really important. I see there's a number of other questions and comments in the chat. So if you don't mind, I see a question from Ricardo.
Yeah.
Scientists, do you want to read it?
I'm sure I can read the question. Scientists generally account for confidence intervals in their positions. And this is in contrast to rigid positions many politicians mistake or be seen as too compromising. So how should one approach this as a scientist candidate?
So I think this is really a good question, because there are some things that I won't budge on. And for one, I will say, as a candidate, I think that every child deserves an education. That's something that I will not budge on. I think doesn't matter who your parents are, where you live, what kind of family you come from, what is the color of your skin, you deserve an education. We brought you here into this world. As adults, we're responsible for you being successful in your life, and success starts with a viable education, a quality, viable education. So that's something that you can't compromise on. How you get to a good education for every child is something that requires negotiation. So, for example, we have a lot of charter schools in Michigan. The charter schools, many of them are not providing good quality education. In fact, I've seen, and we've seen across the country, where charter schools are not doing their job. There's actually a great movie called A Backpack Full of Cash that chronicles the charter schools in Louisiana, but they also cover charter schools in Pennsylvania and in Philly area, and one in Jersey. We have one here in Michigan, in Detroit, called the Grace Lee Boggs School. And several of my friends volunteered at it and helped with it. And I think that that's really an important aspect, is that I'm not saying I'm against all charter schools. I'm against charter schools because in certain areas, maybe a public school is not working and you need to find another way, but you must pay its teachers. Again, this is not an issue that I'm not willing to compromise on. You need to pay people a fair wage. I personally don't want to see me subsidize an Amazon worker. If they're not being paid enough, I'm having to subsidize a bad business plan for a worker because they're not getting enough money to live. They're going to have to get support from the government. And that means we're paying taxes because somebody else is not paying a fair wage. And I think those are things that we should not compromise on. But I think that trying to solve a problem, there's always different ways of looking at it. And there's multiple people involved in multiple stakeholder perspectives. And so making sure that you look at all of them, sometimes you end up, one of my projects at Chrysler, I remember it was, 80-20 rule. You didn't always have, 20% of the people weren't satisfied, right? And so sometimes that's what a policy is, that you try to support the 80% of the stakeholders and the needs to address 80% of the problem. And that might be the best you can do. But I think that a candidate should be values-based, and a lot of policy itself is negotiable, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think that being values-based and being able to negotiate starts by volunteering and helping at the local level. And it's not just city boards and city commissions or school district boards. It's also like just nonprofits. Find a nonprofit locally that does work. There's one that I used to be very involved with called the Troy Community Coalition for the Prevention of Drug and Alcohol Abuse. And I think that's a really important activity that we, as a society, we have the opioid crisis, but we've got so many other drug problems and alcohol related problems, and smoking cessation, all these different things that we could be addressing to help people, because the stress of daily life, it people need help.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. And I had a question sort of related to that, about the community you've built through these nonprofits, and just wanting to know more about how you've been involved locally in activism in your community, and how important that community has been to you as you assume your current role.
Yeah, I think that's really the critical thing is, right, being rooted in the community and knowing people. It has been very, very helpful, because then I have when there's like laws that I have to vote on in Lansing, I know people back in the community that I can connect with. For example, in my first term, I had a really hard vote on education funding, and I was really unhappy. So I voted no, but I called back home to teachers, to parents, to school board members, to people in administration. And I said, hey, I'm planning to vote no. Are you okay with that? It's not that it will pass because I'm in the minority as a Democrat. We're at that year, we were 52 Democrats, 58 Republicans, and it was going to pass no matter what I did, because the majority had the number of votes. And a lot of my colleagues thought this was the best we could get, and a lot of my Democratic colleagues also voted for it. But I chose to vote no because it was sort of to make a point, right? I knew that the schools would get the money. I was just unhappy that they weren't getting as much as I wanted them to get. And so that was sort of a vote to take a stand.
Yeah. Sorry, I think is it Archie? Were you trying to unmute?
I'm happy to unmute. I'm speaking later today, but I'm happy to speak. Hello, speak today. Speak to you right now, Padma. I put in the sort of host chat that I'm your neighbor. I grew up as your neighbor in Bloomfield Hills, and went to the Bharatiya temple. My parents still do, which I think it must be the same Hindu temple that you attend. But I mostly just wanted to say hello. But you've spoken about this a little bit, and maybe for the full audience here, just talking a little bit about, being first generation, or also, coming from an immigrant background, especially in an area like Southeast Michigan. I think it might be interesting to the audience to sort of talk about what some of the challenges are. Since I grew up there, I know the community a little bit, and there are a lot of immigrants, but there is also sometimes a sense of not necessarily being the mainstream culture, and what's it like to run for office and get civically engaged in that. I think that I'm interested in your experience, and maybe some of the audience would be as well.
Sure. So yeah, I guess race is a real issue. Skin color is a real issue. I know that when I go door to door, not only women don't get enough credibility, I think people don't know who I am, and they've only seen white men in leadership. And so going door to door with an ally, with a friend, it's very helpful. And I'll tell you, that is the nuts and bolts of campaigning are doors and dollars. Anybody will tell you it's votes and being able to get your word out, get your campaign message out there. So whether it's through literature, whether it's through mailing, whether it's through TV advertising, digital advertising, all of that kind of stuff. But making sure that you have the money, but also making sure that you have direct voter outreach, especially for a campaign at the state level or the city level. Going door to door and canvassing and letting people know is really important. And I discovered that when I knocked with even like a young person who looks like me, like I had a Middle Eastern young high schooler that came door to door with me, and they were like, "Oh, is that your son?" Like as though I couldn't find anyone else to go door to door with me, and just assumptions about who I was knocking doors with. I wanted young people to walk with me so they could see how I engaged people at the doors and talk to them. So that was a huge, huge issue in the campaign itself. And then I think a bigger issue is that a lot of immigrants bring their understanding of what it means to be elected with them. I remember my husband being asked, "Oh, so how much is the party paying Padma to run?" And like they weren't paying me anything. The campaign cost almost $1 million. I had to I raised about $300,000. And some people can self-fund, but I was an engineer that volunteered a lot in the community, and I had actually stayed home when my kids were young. So I didn't have the financial capacity that, say, some others do. And so I had to ask people for money. And do you know who Congresswoman Jaipal is? Pramila Jaipal? So she once told me, and this is something that an organization known as Emily's List has talked about, and that is that women don't always get the same level of contributions. And so Congresswoman Jaipal, when people would write, say, somebody a $10,000 check, they would write her a male, they would write her $1,000 check. And I heard the same thing from another colleague candidate for Congress here, Fayrouz Saad, that when she was running compared to when Abdul El Sayed was running, that the attention on Abdul El Sayed, who was in the primary for a governor candidate, as a governor candidate, where she was in a primary for a congressional district, which is a lot smaller than a statewide race. And she had done a lot of work with the mayor of Detroit on immigrant affairs. And so it's kind of, and she had a large connection in the community. Just the level of interest and support given was less. It's gotten better. I don't want to say that I didn't, because I raised a lot of money, but I make a lot of calls to get that money, and a lot of people I contact. And I'm very fortunate that I volunteered as much as I did, because I think people believed in me, and I'm really grateful that people believed in me and got me here. But I will say that there is still a huge challenge for women in general to get the level of support that is automatically given to a man. We, especially as women, whether women of color or immigrants, I think we second guess ourselves about running. I had been asked since 2005 to run for something. It wasn't until 2018 that I actually ran.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the one issue. And then I would say also immigrants think of politics being as it was in the old country. They see, depending on what country you came from, politics is often corrupt. People who are in politics make a lot of money. I make $71,000 a year. I'm doing this because it's a labor of love, because it's important to me that my kids continue to live in a democracy, that we don't suppress people's vote, that everyone who has who has the right to vote can vote. I think that's really important. I think that we should protect our planet. I believe that climate change is real. I don't think it's a hoax. I think these are really critical things, and that's why I'm running. And this is what I can do. And so I'm willing to give up whatever came with my, degree and what I could have done in my career to be, as I said earlier, these children deserve better. We brought them into this world. We are responsible for making the world a safe and secure place for them. And for leaving, what is it Chief Crazy Horse said about the planet, that we are borrowing the earth from our children. We did not inherit it from our parents and grandparents. And I think that's really also part of my, as a Hindu, I've also faced a lot of bias. The anti-Hindu bias is started out as a whisper smear campaign. But propaganda exists against politicians at all levels. Disinformation exists at all levels, and you just have to keep going and hoping that people will believe you, because when you do door to door, I think that's the easiest way to connect with people and stand up for who you are and what your values are.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that quote. And yeah, you mentioned some of the obstacles that you faced. We have a question from the audience. Was there any obstacles from your family? Like, what was their initial response about your transition from being an engineer to a legislator?
Yeah, I think my nuclear family was very supportive when I did the run the first time, and the second time it was sort of a no-brainer because I won with 10 points the second time after flipping the district, because I work very hard. I make sure that people know that I'm there for them, and my team works very hard. I mean, we always talk about what is the number one priority. We meet every week, and number one priority is constituents, constituents, constituents. And so I think that's been good. But then, April 30th, 2020, there were gunmen inside, people with guns and, just kind of crazy people inside our state capitol trying to break into the chambers, both the Senate and House chambers. And so my kids and my husband are a little worried for me. My dad is definitely worried. He lives in India. He's in his 80s. But I think that they understand how important it is for me to do this. And I think that they're proud of me because I'm the first person to ever go into political office in either side of my family, both my mom and dad's side, as well as my husband's side, like nobody's ever done it before. So everybody's really proud of me, and it's really heartwarming to see how I've been able to sort of blaze trails for a lot of young people. And, as a Hindu, we believe the whole world is a family. And for the amount of support I've gotten, especially as I've expanded, I'm now running for state Senate and in a much larger district. And, it's a 4-year term. It's a lot, 3 times the size district, costs a lot more money, a lot more doors. And I think that the amount of support I've gotten when I asked people in my district or just thought leaders, everybody's been very encouraging because they feel like I'm in the right place and I'm doing a good job. And so it's not just me thinking I'm doing a good job. And so I think that's been really rewarding. Although the salary is still the same for state senator at $71,000. So
yeah. Thank you so much. We have another question from the audience. And you mentioned your work in energy or in environment and climate change. And that's one of the issues I'm most passionate about as well. But can you talk a bit more about your past and current environmental work and like some of the problems you think that need to be addressed at the local level? Basically.
Sure. So when I came into the legislature, I had already worked closely with Pumi Project or Pumi Global, and with other organizations like Michigan Interfaith Power and Light, and just personally been very conscientious about, tried to be very conscientious. I'm a vegetarian. And so that was really important to me that we are climate conscious. And so that was sort of coming in, and about the tree protection ordinance. I told you about that. So once I came in, one of my constituents is a beekeeper, and they had said to me, "Can you ban neonicotinoids? Because the EPA won't do it. They're kind of pesticide that harms bees, and many countries around the world have done it, but our country's not doing it. How about banning it at the state level?" And so one of my colleagues was doing something had some legislation to protect butterflies and allow milkweed to be taken out of the noxious plant category because monarch butterflies need milkweed. And so we introduced that bill package last year, and we've gained a lot of traction because an article got published in a local paper, and it got the attention of the leader of the Rochester pollinators. Rochester is a neighboring city to Troy, where I live. And there's like 600-700 people involved in Rochester Pollinators, but most importantly, they are promoting something called the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. And so the mayor of Rochester Hills had signed the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. And so she had reached out to me to see what I could do to get other people to sign it. So I'd shared the information with other legislators, but most importantly, I went to city mayors around me, and I got 3 more mayors to sign the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. So I live in Troy, so the mayor of Troy signed it. And then the neighboring mayor of Sterling Heights, which is just east of us. And then a friend who happens to be the mayor, Kelly Garrett, the mayor of Lathrop Village, also signed the pledge. So
Wow.
so we've gotten, yeah, so just kind of, because sometimes if you want change, because the Republican legislature won't give that bill a hearing, won't give either of those bills a hearing. They're just not interested. And, my first bill was to protect vulnerable adults from online sexual predators. It was actually my predecessor's bill. So it wasn't a Republican bill. It had to do with a constituent who had Down syndrome, who was a victim of an online sexual predator. And there was no law. There was a loophole in the law that would make it a criminal penalty. That's what our legislation would do. I introduced it in my first term. It didn't get a hearing. It didn't get passed. This time it got a hearing in the Judiciary Committee where it needed to get a hearing, but they haven't given it a vote. So even things that are like not partisan aren't getting hearings and getting through. And so definitely something like banning neonicotinoids or protecting our bees and butterflies seems to be problematic, that there's somehow some Democratic taint on it, that they don't want to give those a hearing, that they're not important enough. And so I think it's really important that we get the gavel to do that this year so that we, really can push some of these important environmental policies. Another thing that we do is we have a lot of policy staff in Lansing. Every legislator has 2 staff, maybe 1 or 2 staff, depending on the House or the Senate. Senate side, they have more district to cover, but we have 2 staff on my team, and we have interns, and they help me respond to constituent concerns. Sometimes there's research involved, sometimes it's connecting them to a state department. So we've developed relationships with people at EGLE, but we also have policy staff. The Legislative Services Bureau is a nonpartisan group. And they help both Republicans and Democrats who are looking to do research or get bills, create bills and draft the language of the bills for us. But we also have advocacy groups that work with us. And then we have our own Democratic House Caucus has policy staff who can help us on legislation, maybe legislation that's been introduced in the past. There are organizations like National Council for State Legislatures, NCSL, or Council of State Governments that help us also with policies, and then other organizations, like there's a lawmaker network. So there's a lot of resources that you can tap into. You just have to know who they are. And so I've been able to tap into a lot of those different resources. Recently, I worked with For Love of Water and Sierra Club and Michigan LCV and just a couple of other organizations to introduce a resolution urging the governor to put together a climate resilient infrastructure department or oversight. And similarly, I introduced a commemorative resolution on World Water Day to make the invisible visible, because we do have a Great Lakes Compact where several states and provinces around the Great Lakes have agreed to protect the Great Lakes. But nobody's talking about the groundwater, because we have to protect our groundwater as well. We have tens of thousands of sites that are polluted due to PFAS or industrial pollution, runoffs. And so we want to make sure that, whether it's something an organization or company inherited, or it's something but we have to have the money to clean up all those sites, especially because there's so many places where there's already poverty and they don't have the money to clean up somebody else's mess. I mean, I taught my kids and my nephews and nieces that if you make a mess, you clean it up. And so making sure that we hold polluters accountable and they clean up their messes is really important.
Yeah. So just working with this coalition of organizations like Sierra Club, and then also you mentioned a local newspaper, what helps push these things forward? Is it these coalitions, or just a lot of public opinion around an issue?
Public awareness, raising awareness, but working with the stakeholders who are already doing the work. I mean, I don't think you need to start a new organization unless there's a void, but I think there's so many organizations that are doing such great work. I mentioned Bhumi Global, and this is an organization that's working with Hindus around the world, trying to get temples to be more environmentally conscious. You know, I just remember there's a ceremony in the Telugu Hindu wedding that I had, that there was rice where you throw, like, sort of throw rice on each other. It's called talambralu. And so the bride and the groom have sort of like a little ceremony where they pour, and then it ends up being sort of a play fight kind of thing. And so, but for weddings recently in India, I've seen that they add colored styrofoam balls into it. And that's so harmful. And so, like, how do you make sure that you don't take the original traditional religious practices that were, you know, rice is biodegradable. If it gets dumped, it gets dumped. And it's like maybe a couple of cups of rice that you know, like when you throw rice at a bride and a groom, sort of, I think that's where that tradition also comes from. So I just don't see adding styrofoam balls to it. And so I actually did with Bhumi Global a few years ago, I did a Green Diwali webinar, because Delhi is one of the most polluted cities in the world. And, you know, during Diwali, what can they do to be greener? Because during Diwali, when everybody's doing fireworks, is that adding more pollution and harming the environment further? And so those are really important.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think you've talked about some of the issues, but what are some of what you would say the biggest issues facing your district at the moment?
Oh my, I think,
if that can be summed to anything.
yeah, I would say the biggest challenge right now is the polarization and the disinformation. It's really disappointing to see things like people believing that the election wasn't legitimate, that President Biden didn't win, and the threats that our clerks have received around the state. I think municipal revenue sharing, like we talk about school funding, but one of the things that I will talk about forever is municipal revenue sharing, because it's linked to property values. And in Michigan, in particular, there's something called the Headley Amendment and Prop A. And as a result of that, we are not fully funding our cities. And so our cities, villages, townships, and counties are not getting sufficient funding for police, for fire, for city services. And so we're having to tax ourselves extra because we're not making everyone pay their fair share. And I think that's part of a larger national conversation about the pathway to the middle class, when college students are being saddled with so much debt. My generation, people that I graduated or that went to high school with me, but then I went to India, who graduated high school and went to college in the 80s in the United States, many of them were able to get a little help from mom and dad, or maybe from grandma or grandpa, and maybe work a few hours a week, 20 hours a week, and not end up with mortgage-sized debt at the end of college. Whereas today, young people are graduating and have so much debt. And I'm concerned about my daughter's going to med school, and she's going to graduate with a ton of debt from med school. And we have the American Medical Association has so many articles and publicity that they've done on the shortage of doctors. And so, you know, what are we doing to fix that? Does anybody want to go into medicine, which is a very high pressure profession, rewarding, but also very high pressure, when they have to take on so much debt? And so I think those are things that are really pressing concerns. We are a very college educated community. And so I think that, you know, is it necessary for a young person to go to college? What about skilled trades? We are a right to work state, which means that we don't necessarily have strong unions where people get a livable wage. So maybe that's something that we need to look at. Michigan's middle class was born out of the auto industry. And we, you know, the unions that made a middle class lifestyle possible 50, 60, even 100 years ago as unions formed, I don't think that that's there today. for many people. My parents' generation of engineers that I interact with at the temple, many of them left the automotive industry with pensions. My husband and I got 401ks that are subject to the market. And so I think these are all things that are really important. Some of them are solved at the state level, some of them are solved at the federal level. But I think to build cohesion and to have people who are listening to each other, that starts at the local level. That starts with knocking doors.
Yeah.
And talking at a doorstep with somebody. So even if you don't want to be a candidate, I would say go out there, volunteer with a candidate who reflects your values, make sure that you go and support them in different ways, both financially, with time, with money, because elections cost money.
Yeah.
Some countries do publicly funded elections. I think there's a case that could be made for that. Citizens United has really harmed the openness and transparency of what our democracy is, who is funding our democracy. I think that's an important thing to look at. So I feel like I went for public education, but I feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole, right? Because there's so many issues to address. And so having engineers and scientists on the ballot at all levels would be phenomenal, because then you can think rationally and solve problems, and you bring that into how you do things.
Absolutely. And yeah, I would totally agree. I get a lot of fulfillment out of canvassing. I live in LA. If I lived in Michigan, I'd probably be doing it for you. But I think there's one more question from the audience. You mentioned Delhi being one of the most polluted cities. How do you think we can make strides to fix this from the US?
So I think we have to start locally. I can't affect policy in India. I can't affect what people are doing in another country. What I can do is in my own community. And that is what I focus on. You know, there's unfortunately a ban on the banning of plastic bags in the Michigan State Legislature. One of my colleagues in the House passed a bill that would not allow any city to ban plastic bags. Instead of encouraging the banning of plastic bags, which many countries have done, we're preventing them from banning. So I think go to your local city council, find out what they're doing on an issue. Ann Arbor in Michigan has done some pretty cool things in terms of being more environmentally conscious in their buildings. They have a green plan, and getting local cities to plant natural excuse me, to plant natural native plants to an area. It's actually good for your water. It's good for your environment. It's good for the city because it's less upkeep. There's a lot that can be done at the local level to help our environment.
Yeah.
And so getting involved in what is your planning commission doing? Do they have a tree protection ordinance? What are they doing with their public works department? How are they planning parks and making sure that they're doing sustainable practices in their department? Volunteer to be on boards to do these things. And I think that's a really important start.
Yeah. And I had one more question, like just about your things that you're looking forward to, and if there are any bills or projects that you're currently working on that you're excited about, or things that should be happening in your state that you're excited to talk about.
Yeah, my EV infrastructure package. I'm very excited about that. I just wish that we would move it forward. There's multiple stakeholders that need to come to the table and resolve why we're not doing it. I'd like to see that move forward. I would really like to see my Justice for Ally bills, the ones about the young woman with Down syndrome. I'd like to see that passed into law, because to me, that family was willing to put their personal story in the public space to help others, that shouldn't be in vain. And so that's what I'm really hopeful about. I also have some immigration related policy. There's some bills that would allow immigrants to get driver's licenses that we are hopefully going to get a hearing from the Rules and Competitiveness Chair. The fact that I've been able to elevate the issue of immigration reform to help country cap reform and employment-based immigration, because we do have a huge worker shortage in this country. And one way of addressing inflation is to ensure that we have the workers we need. And United States immigration policy needs overhaul on so many fronts, but employment-based immigration must be addressed because we are at a critical place with inflation and worker shortages. And I think that there's 1 million people in the country backlog. And there's so many children that come to me from my district that are talking about being stuck and being age out of the immigration application that their parents have and how they have to self-deport. And some really important stories to be told there. There's a young woman from the state of Washington that really recently testified in Congress, but like a lot of people at the state level don't know. And so they can't encourage their congressional representatives to do something. And I think me being in the legislature, I've been able to draw attention to that and the importance of that. And so it's just kind of chipping away at our immigration issues in a way that is more holistic and at least trying to solve what we can while we have it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Trinity. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. You have a lot on your plate.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there are any more questions from the audience. I think we have just like 1 more minute or so, or you can have some.
I'm gonna pop my website and email in there. And so reach out to me. That is my legislative address. If you Google, you can find others to be in touch with me in other ways. As I mentioned, I am running for state senate. So if you want to see what I'm doing on the campaign trail, you can check out that as well.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. Let's see. Are any more questions? And we just have like another minute, but thank you so much for your time and for sharing your story. It was really awesome to hear from you and to learn about all that you're doing. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
When I sleep in.
Hello. Oh, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I want to make sure I say your name right while I introduce you. Is it Abdul?
Likewise, yes, that's correct.
Perfect.
Thank you, James.
I'm James Raton, and I'll start off by reading your intro. So Abdul Qadir Sino is an associate professor of political science and Middle Eastern studies at Indiana University, Bloomington. He received his PhD from UCLA in 2002, was a CISAC postdoctoral fellow at Stanford University in 2002 to 2003, a 2009 Carnegie Scholar, and a 2014 to 2015 fellow at Woodrow Wilson Center. He is the author of books and articles on Afghanistan's conflicts, Muslim minority political representation in Western liberal democracies, public attitudes towards Muslim immigration, conflict processes, and Islamist parties' participation in elections. Feel free to start whenever you're ready, Abdul.
Thank you very much, James, and I'm very happy to be with you. I got my PhD from UCLA and holds a special place in my heart. So, well, I'll talk to you today about some of the social science behind minority representation, especially marginalized minorities, and especially in the context of scientists. Minority members are scientists. Now, there's a lack of data on scientists running for election. And so this part will not be very scientific, but I'll do my best with that. I'm going to share with you my screen. Oops. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so I'll begin by talking about why there are so few scientists elected office. Do scientists make good policymakers? I'll talk about science, partisanship, fear, states, and loyalty, and that provide you 10 basic campaign strategies for minority scientists. And then talk about the cost of not having scientists in elected office. So are scientists really underrepresented in Congress or elected office in general? But I don't know, I don't have numbers for the entire, for local office, but for when it comes to Congress, in absolute terms, scientists are not underrepresented. In fact, PhDs make about 1% of the public, but about almost 5% of the House and 4% of the Senate are PhDs or have doctorates of some sort, PhDs, EDDs, etc. When it comes to MDs, 0.3% of the public have MDs, but 4% of senators and almost 5% also of members of the House have MDs. When it comes to JDs, of course, they're not scientists, but just for comparison, JDs are about 0.4% of the public, but they make up about 53% of the Senate and almost 37% of the House. Now, so in absolute terms, of course, scientists are not overrepresented, but when you factor in the understanding that Congress is not reflective of the educational composition of the public, it's an elite space, well, then it seems that scientists are not necessarily well represented, especially compared to other highly educated individuals like JDs. So why is that the case? We don't really have studies on that, but I can hypothesize. One of them is that the scientists normally don't have access to power networks. While lawyers do, in a sense, they are in a highly networked space when they work with high-powered customers, etc. They're well connected. Also, many people who want to make politics their profession become lawyers because it prepares them for adversarial exchanges. Now, of course, we academics and scientists do engage in adversarial dynamics, but it's a whole different level when you are in politics. And I'll show you some examples later. It's highly personal. It's often based in, not in facts, but in propaganda, et cetera, et cetera. And lawyers do get that kind of training, of course, as part of their own training to become lawyers, how to advocate. And this also they become more acquainted with the policy making process, which scientists do not necessarily deal with as part of their education. Also, let's face it, for the majority of us, there is a self-selection process. Personalities that are extroverted tend to gravitate towards things like legal training. Many scientists are introverted. They're focused on long-term projects that require them to be isolated and think deeply, et cetera, et cetera. And another reason is that many scientists have rewarding careers. And so there's a huge opportunity cost to choosing an alternative career in politics. And the big challenge that's not easy is that if you want to run in politics, you need to understand dogmatism. You need to be able to talk to people who have very fixed ideas about how the world works and to appeal to them to get elected. This is not easy if you're somebody who's a scientist, who has nimble-minded, evidence-based, etc. And being a scientist, as I discuss soon, can itself complicate campaigning and the odds of election for someone who runs for office, especially when it's also combined with other attributes that can be weak points when it comes to electoral competition, because they can be leveraged against a candidate by folks who want to politicize identity for political reasons. Now, before we proceed, it's good to ask, do scientists make good policymakers? Because we're assuming that they do. And of course, scientists can make outstanding policymakers, but it's not necessarily the case. My answer for this is a big maybe, and I'm sorry for that. I mean, I'm a social scientist myself. I think of myself as having a scientific mind, and et cetera. And so that, and this is why I'm saying this. And either way, they're still needed for a number of reasons I'll talk about later, of course, and that you're all aware of, especially when it comes to education, improving policy on education, and the environment, et cetera. Carnes and Lupu in 2015 produced a study that found no correlation between political leaders' level of education and different metrics of performance and competence. Now, it's a limited study in the sense that it's not limited in scope. It addresses US politics as well as politics in other countries like Brazil, but it's limited in the sense that it only makes, it only distinguishes between college education and not having a college degree, which is basic. And normally when we think of scientists, we talk about people with advanced degrees that go beyond BA or BS. And so, there are some limitations to that study, but they came to very strong results that really having college degree doesn't make much of a difference when it comes to performance and competence or immunity to corruption, etc. Now, scientists do have a big advantage when data is clear and accessible, especially on medical issues, for example, when we have experimental data that can be very convincing, like of course, we're all aware of the vaccination issue for COVID. And when it comes to fighting the AIDS epidemic, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but the thing is that decision-making in policy circles or in legislatures often does not exist in the context of clear data. Often decisions are made under uncertainty. Often there's not enough data available or the right kind of data that's available. And also, there's a big difference between scientific and inference and policy inference. Let me give you an example. One of the most quoted articles in one of my areas of study, Civil War, basically calculates the probability of having civil war in a country based on a number of variables in the model. What it comes up with is very meaningful when it comes to the social sciences. For example, it says if you have this variable at this value, this variable at that value, and etc., then you like the possibility of civil war incidence is 6%, let's say, in the next 5 years. In another country, under different circumstances or different point of time, it could be like 3% over 5 years. Well, from a social science perspective, that's very important. Twice as much is a lot. But from a policy perspective, that means nothing. If you're trying to convince a president to intervene in a country to preempt the beginning of a civil war that can be very damaging, for example, that president wouldn't care if the difference is 3% or 6% in the next 5 years. They both are, for that president, infinitesimally small. They would be interested by something like 50%, 75%, as opposed to 10% or 5%. And so the way you infer our models in the social sciences, when it comes to non-experimental setups, such as you have often in medicine, our models don't allow us necessarily to extrapolate results, to infer results that are useful for policy. Even though in my field, political scientists love to put at the end of every article a policy relevant section. Often those are embellished and exaggerated when in fact the social science results do not really support necessarily on their own, by themselves, those policy inferences. Another factor is that many people in STEM are amazing at what they do, but their work does not consist of dealing with strategic actors. A physicist deals with particles, an engineer deals with properties, et cetera, et cetera. Civil engineer deals with properties, et cetera, et cetera. But in the policymaking process is about dealing with highly strategic actors whose vested interests, who keep thinking of ways to run around you or to convince you and convince others, and so when you take a step, they react by making new decisions themselves. Particles are not independent thinkers. They act as per their properties, etc. And so it's a whole different way of thinking. Also, engineers in particular, this is going to be unpopular, and I'm very sorry for that, but many engineers, and I started as an aerospace engineer, by the way, before I switched majors my senior year, and robotics is still my hobby. But I have to tell you that generally engineers think in terms of black and white and solutions. Something solves a problem or it doesn't. The policy world is really all about gray areas. As our previous speaker, for example, mentioned in one example, you have to choose often between what you can get and your principles. And she had to make a strategic decision about voting no for a bill that her constituents favored because it wasn't completely satisfactory to her. It clashed with her principles. And another issue is that in the social sciences, for example, what we do is when you come up with models that interpret our world and how our world works, we're often not predicting. When we come up with predictive probability, what you call predictive probabilities, we're not really predicting. You can only do that in the natural sciences when you're predicting, let's say, when a material will fail, for example, because you can expect that the same material will behave the same way within a margin of error. But in the social sciences or other policy issues, you're always post-dicting. You're using databases from the past in the hope of predicting something in the future. But the truth is you can't, because there may be new things that intervene that change completely the dynamics, and therefore makes whatever you post-dicted completely have no value, loses value. I'll give you an example. Many of the preventive techniques developed to fight heroin and cocaine were very effective if implemented, which they were not in many places, in many jurisdictions, but they're not effective at all to counter fentanyl, which has incredibly potent properties and is spreading way faster than those preventive methods can allow the specific the agencies created for that to counter its effect. And so previous knowledge can become lost. It can lose its value when you have competing new factors. Also, politicians spend much of their day-to-day activities not making high-minded policy, but dealing with bureaucracy, rent-seeking, and coalition-making, all of which are based on understanding strategic actors, human beings with preferences who are very sophisticated in playing the political game, trying to get more resources, as opposed to engaging in high-minded policy making with other high-minded politicians or legislators. And I was reading in preparation for this talk today a symposium written by political scientists who actually ended up in different government offices, local, state, and national, talking about how does political science as a field help them or hinder their understanding of what they were actually doing in day to day. And that's one of the big points that really that came across in that symposium, is that they're dealing with bureaucratic interests. Each bureaucratic organization wants to expand, get more resources, etc. You have rent seeking, basically doctors saying that registered nurse can or assistant physicians can do their jobs, so they can protect their income, and coalition making, all of which are not necessarily things that scientists are trained for. They can acquire those skills over the years of practice, but they're not necessarily trained for. Another issue is that we assume that when a scientist is elected, he will speak for science, he will be a proponent of rational thinking, etc. But that's not necessarily the case, because the scientist still needs to be elected. And in some cases, in some districts, and with some constituencies, some parties and constituencies, they may have to completely sacrifice whatever they may have believed in previously when it comes to the scientific method, when it comes to privileging logic over belief, etc. All you have to do, for example, is look at the Republican medical doctor in the Senate, Rand Paul, and the statements he's been making over the years to see that he abandoned much of what he may have learned as a medical doctor when it comes to that. One argument that's made often is that, well, if you look at this table right here, you find that in the public, in the American public, only a third of the public has a bachelor degree at least, or something, or higher. But in the Senate, 100% have it. In the House, 96% have a college degree. Now, I mean, I tend to think that this is a very good thing, but there is also a bit of a cost to that. and that people who don't have college degrees, and that's 2/3 of the public, may feel non-represented, that those who rule them are not like them. And we call that a lack of mirror representation. And that may take away legitimacy from decisions made by Congress. And that's why you have some of that so-called anti-elite language emerge. The Congress is portrayed as this ivory tower removed from the interests of Americans. All right, so, and this is not to say that scientists cannot be amazing policymakers. They absolutely can, but we can't take that as for granted. There are forces at work that go different directions. As with enough focused mind and redirection, what have you, scientists, of course, can be as good policymakers as anyone else. Another thing that's really important here is to understand how the public sees scientists and how that's connected for portions of the public with deeply seated fears, partisanship, fear of losing status, and loyalty to their own party, or particular figures of their own party. Now, as a previous speaker mentioned, belief, and of course, we put that in quotation here, in science has become a self-political issue. Of course, there's no such thing as belief in science. Science is not a faith. Science is a venture. Science is a ever-evolving venture trying to seek knowledge of the world around us, a better understanding of the world around us and of our societies and how economics work, et cetera, et cetera. And so the thing, though, is that it's been coined as a belief to juxtapose it and put it on an equal plane with religious beliefs as a partisan, as part of a partisan agenda, Republican conservative partisan agenda. And because advances in science often produces results, and many in scientific professions such as MDs participate in activities such as some specific activities such as abortion, etc. Sometimes scientists are portrayed as being anti-religious atheists. And we see that expressed in some of the language that was directed, for example, at Dr. Fauci or others in the debate, in the cultural debates over abortion, including attacks on medical doctors who perform abortion. Of course, sometimes scientists are portrayed as elites, and that also serves a political agenda. As you probably know that many Republican elected officials are in fact very wealthy. They are literally elites when it comes to wealth. And so they have an interest in channeling the perception of elites towards intellectual elites, scientists, to perhaps diffuse attention towards themselves as being elites, while they direct fears towards cultural wars. And this is really important to know, is that scientists have also been seen by a certain group of Americans as infringing on their autonomy or their status. Now, it all should be understood in the context of the culture wars. It's hard for many of us to understand why some people feel that way, but there have been a loss of privilege by segments of our society over the last few decades. Life is becoming harder economically for them, while others are improving, relatively speaking, their lot. So you have folks who feel that they're losing status in society and they're not advancing, they're stuck socioeconomically, their communities are falling apart, and they're yearning to those older days, even if they know that that's a fantasy. And anything that produces change in society becomes a threat. And this is why imposing on them, say, wearing masks is seen as a threat. Imposing on them a vaccine becomes the stuff of conspiracy theories. And so, and since scientists and their calculations and their models are behind those recommendations, scientists get to be seen by this particular segment of the population, which is very substantial, and very much on the right and very much on the conservative side of politics as a threat. Another factor, and there's I think a book that came out on this recently, is that disliking science is becoming a way to say, I'm a conservative Republican, to say that I am loyal to my political party, and particularly to specific views within my political party. And a problem that we as social scientists and scientists and natural scientists face, and engineers and what have you face, is in addressing those issues, is that it's hard, it's difficult. We have a messaging problem. It's hard for us to communicate how the scientific enterprise, the scientific venture produces recommendations, such as why you need to wear a mask. Talk of probabilities. That your probability of getting COVID from wearing a mask goes down from 1 in 10,000 to 1 to 100,000. Etc. In a way that this particular component of the population can understand. And I'm not saying they're dumb; they're just not ready to hear it. And for them, there's no difference between 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 100,000 probability of dying from COVID. And they care much more about their autonomy, their status, etc. So I'm going to suggest to you, based on my study of minority candidates in elections and minority representation in American elections and elsewhere, to provide you 10 basic campaign strategies if you are a minority member and a scientist running for office. The first one is run as a Democrat in a progressive district, if you can. And the reason is because, as you mentioned earlier, and I can show you some numbers, the biases are often are much more likely to be held by conservatives in the Republican Party. Listen, let's be clear about it. In a typical Republican conservative district, someone whose skin is not absolutely white, who doesn't speak like people from the district, has very slim chance to being elected. I'm going to share with you some data about biases regarding different minority groups. This is from a bit old, from when President Obama was running for the first time, but this is when this kind of data was and President Clinton was also running for the first time. And so the public was asked this question, regardless of the specific candidates who are running for president. We'd like to know how you generally feel about some different traits. First, would you be more likely or less likely to support a candidate for president who is Black, Muslim, woman, etc.? And so those are the answers from a representative sample of the American public. When it comes to atheists, and this is the worst afflicted group, 65% of the American public, almost 2/3 of the American public, are less likely to vote for someone if they know they're atheist. And only 3% are more likely to vote for somebody for president if they know they're atheist. Wow. Well, it's a very religious country. And in particular, it's a very Christian religious country. And so you see the bias also against specific religious groups. For example, Mormons get a 30% penalty. You'd assume that the 2.3% who are more likely to vote for somebody for being Mormon are mostly Mormons. And Muslims are the second worst group after atheists. About half of the American public say that they're less likely to vote for somebody for president if they happen to be Muslim, all else being equal. Now, when it comes to African Americans, it's almost even within the margin of error. People are more likely to vote for the candidate if they happen to be Black, are offset by people who are more likely. When it comes to Hispanics, the penalty is a bit greater. And all this is self-disclosed, by the way, and I'll tell you more about that in a second. When it comes to women, it seems to be also even-handed. Now, this, however, is all partisan-based. In fact, among those who are more likely to vote for a woman, the majority of those they are likely to be Democrats, and those who are less likely to vote, the majority are conservatives. And so the bias tends to be enshrined within specific particular groups. For example, if you look at evangelical biases, and evangelicals tend to vote Republican overwhelmingly, and they also about half of the Republican primary voters, you find that they're much more likely to be biased against atheists, against Muslims, against Mormons than Catholics, Protestants, and same thing when it comes to women and Hispanics Now, notice that for Blacks, there seems to be balanced, but again, all this is self-disclosed. Now, the thing is with this kind of data is that there's something people tend to dissimulate if the answer, they're afraid that the answer they give will be judged to be bigoted. And so how do we get around that? And we get true sincere answers whether people are biased or not. So we conducted an experiment. Sorry, just 1 second. And for some reason, my experiment disappeared. Okay, I'll tell you more. I'll tell you. It's called the list experiment. And I apologize for that. We found that indeed, for some subgroups, people, members of the American public tend to dissimulate their bias, and for some they don't. For example, when it comes to LGBTQ people, the American people are less likely to vote for them for Congress or for president, tend to not dissimulate their bias, because those who hold those biases tend to come from highly evangelical, highly religious groups where they're very open about those biases. But when it comes to women and African Americans, some dissimulate their biases. They have, so there's more bias than actually indicated from straight out answers to surveys. When it comes to Muslims, even though the probability of for an American to be less likely to vote for a Muslim is about 50%, if from the surveys, in fact, there are another 20% who are also less likely to vote for a Muslim, but who don't divulge that in a straight-out survey. I'd be happy to talk about the experiment in the Q&A if you have any questions about that, how that was done, and I'll get the slides for that. One important finding also is that you have to mind the independents. When it comes to social values, independents tend to be very conservative, much more closer to conservatives than they are closer to progressives. And so if you're running an election, don't consider the independents to be easy to sway necessarily if you are a minority member or a scientist necessarily, because in many districts, on average in the United States, independents tend to lean more conservative on social issues. So you have to take that into account. A third advice for campaigning is to address any identity issues that may be used against you early and publicly. Keith Ellison, and I'll show you an image of Keith Ellison. This is Keith Ellison. He was the first Muslim African-American, elected African-American Muslim to be elected to Congress. He was elected in 2006, I believe, and from Minnesota, 5th District. He knew there was a lot of Islamophobia in the country, and there still is, and I'll show you examples of that soon. He had an interview, arranged interview with a well-read magazine in his district, where he spoke about different issues, including his faith. And he said, I don't wear my faith on my sleeve. That's a personal matter. I am a Muslim and I'm very proud of it. I converted when I was 19, but I don't serve any particular religion or group. I serve my district. And so even though he was attacked multiple times later, the fact that this was on record, that there was nothing here that he's hiding, helped him. In fact, he won by landslide. It was a very progressive district where those things mattered much less than other districts. And he continued to win by 70% of the vote for several terms until he decided to run for Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, where he is right now. In fact, he was very prominent in trying the police who murdered George Floyd, and got one of the very rare convictions of a police person who murdered a Black civilian, and which was quite an accomplishment. So, sorry. Oh, yeah, this is the rest experiment stuff I'll tell you about later. Sorry for that. And so same thing was done by Andre Carson, a representative in Congress from Indianapolis. I mean, I spoke with him when he was running for the first time. I told him what Keith Ellison did. Carson did the same exact thing, and no one raised that issue when he was running. Now, let's face it, many scientists, by inclination, by having a rational mind, not one that's faith-based, tend to be atheists. If that's the case, just don't mention it, because you'll be penalized heavily in any election unless you're running in an extremely highly educated and extremely progressive district. It's just not something to mention in American politics. The United States is really the most religious liberal democracy that's advanced economically. And provide a full and complete image of who you are, so you won't be defined by one attribute or several attributes that can be leveraged against you by your opponents. So the more well-rounded the image that you provide to the electorate, the less likely they are to see you as just that minority person. And the less likely that using that to leverage against you can be useful for your opponents. And avoid speaking like a scientist. Don't use jargon. Use simple and accessible logic. We obviously are highly educated people who have absorbed a lot of scientific terminology over the years, and we love to use it too because it's part of who we are. But if you want to run in politics, you have to address the median voter, and the median voter, as you know by now, doesn't have college education even, let alone advanced education. So you have to use simple and accessible logic that people who are not educated get. You need to connect and prepare counters to the worst identity-based attacks you can anticipate. And politics are extremely dirty. I'll show you some examples in a minute. And you have to be ready to preempt the dirtiest of potential attacks. Make use of symbolism. For example, as part, Keith Ellison knew he was doing something historical by being the first Muslim elected to Congress. And he knew that he had, by virtue of being the first, he had to diffuse those fears that exist out there, diffuse actions that are the fears that exist out there that may keep others from being elected from marginalized minorities. So when he gets sworn into Congress, what does he swear on? Most members of Congress, because by that point they were all Christian and Jewish, vote on the Bible. Well, of course, he votes on Thomas Jefferson's Quran from the Library of Congress. Well, that's symbolism. If Thomas Jefferson owned that Quran, then it must be legitimate. And so he's doing something that linked to, he's asserting his ties to American history. It's Thomas Jefferson's property on which he's previous property on which he's swearing. And of course, he's a Muslim. What else would he swear in? And believe it or not, this was actually a matter of debate, and he was attacked by conservative figures on swearing on the Quran, as if it made sense to swear on the Torah or the Bible if you're a Muslim or not Jewish or not Christian, right? It's absolutely absurd. So use symbolism in any way that makes sense to you to reduce hostility for you, against you. Where was I? Yeah, and as many of the previous speakers have mentioned as well, start small with local engagement. I give one example, for example, Rashida Tlaib from Michigan as well, who is a congresswoman. She's a brown Arab Palestinian Muslim woman. Basically, every disadvantage can be thrown at her when it comes to the identity wars. And so she started she was a lawyer. She started by working in the communities, pro bono work to help women who needed pro bono work in cases of abuse or what have you. Then she ran for local office. Then she ran for the, our previous speaker, she became a member of the Michigan legislature. And then she ran for Congress, and she succeeded. She had a 20-year road to get there. And because she built name recognition, she built a familiarity, she had a history, well-documented history of fighting for her people, the people of her district. And so when she ran, it was very hard to attack her, And so, and another thing she did, and that's my 10th advice here, find an established mentor. Now, as an Palestinian Muslim Arab woman, she was very vulnerable in the post 9/11 world, where people like her and me, Amin Abdul, are always attacked based on your identity as traitors, enemies of the United States, terrorist supporters, whatever it is. All, of course, is fabricated. Ilhan Omar was attacked about that later. I can show you a clip. So her mentor was a wonderful Jewish American member of the Michigan legislature. She was an intern. She started as his intern when she was 20 years old, and he continued to be her mentor. And the fact that he was her mentor, not only did he show her the ropes, because remember, many of us minorities have no connections to start with. We don't have, we don't have the Yale network. We don't have the Princeton network, the Harvard networks for many of us. And even if we went to those places, we were not part of the clubs, that are connected to those with power. And so the mentor facilitates those connections. And teaches her the ropes about how to campaign, et cetera, et cetera. Just like our previous speaker took a young high school intern to show that intern how she knocks on doors and speaks to people in her district. And the fact that her mentor was a Jewish American, gave her legitimacy. Yes, exactly, the good old boys club. Yeah. So those are my 10 basic advices for campaigning. Now, just to put some flesh on some of those things I'm being telling you about. I mean, some of you may be thinking it can't possibly be so brutal for minority candidates. Well, it is, and I'm going to show you a couple of clips that should show some a little bit of. This is after Keith Ellison was elected. In fact, he was already going to Congress to sit there. Glenn Beck was on CNN, a mainstream news channel. Look how he spoke to him, a member of Congress.
It was made last Tuesday when Democrat Keith Ellison got elected to Congress representing the great state of Minnesota. Well, not really unusual that Minnesota would elect a Democrat. What is noteworthy is that Keith is the first Muslim in history to be elected to the House of Representatives. He joins us now. Congratulations, sir.
How you doing, Glenn? Glad to be here.
Thank you. I will tell you, may we have 5 minutes here where we're just politically incorrect and I play the cards face up on the table?
Go there.
Okay. No offense, and I know Muslims, I like Muslims, I've been to mosques. I really don't believe that Islam is a religion of evil. I think it's being hijacked, quite frankly. With that being said, you are a Democrat, you are saying, let's cut and run, and I have to tell you, I have been nervous about this interview with you because what I feel like saying is, sir, prove to me that you are not working with our enemies. And I know you're not. I'm not accusing you of being an enemy, but that's the way I feel, and I think a lot of Americans will feel that way.
Well, let me tell you, the people of the 5th Congressional District know that I have a deep love and affection for my country. There's no one who is more patriotic than I am. And so, I don't need to prove my patriotic stripes.
And I'm not.
All right, just to show you, would he have spoken to Keith Ellison if Keith Ellison was white? Of course not. It's there's here racism plus Islamophobia all melded into one. It's disgusting. But this is perfectly acceptable, or was at least acceptable then, and still acceptable today. I show you some very recent examples right now. Just for the fun of it. This is, and of course, Keith Ellison was very savvy. He's a very well-trained, he has a very cool head. I met him several times, spoke to him about those issues. Of course, he takes it with a smile and he responds in a very powerful way. He basically ends up putting Glenn Beck in his space, which is not really that hard, to be honest, this guy. Okay, when he was elected to Congress, one of his colleagues in Congress gave this speech this is a congressperson talking on the floor of Congress.
In no way do I want a and assist the Islamic jihadists who want the green flag of the crescent and star to wave over the Capitol of the United States and over the White House of this country. I fear that radical Muslims who want to control the Middle East and ultimately the world would love to see In God We Trust stricken from our money and replaced with In Muhammad We Trust.
Well, all that because he has one colleague who's a Muslim out of 435. Amazing, huh? All right, so, and this continues, and just to show you the importance of representation, one of many examples, a few years later, the Republicans in Congress was promoting the view that the Muslims are infiltrating the United States and want to take over. And Keith Ellison, as the only Muslim then in Congress, asked him, what's your evidence? And, I don't want to take too much time to show this, but having that voice in Congress ended the whole controversy. Talking reason ended the controversy. Now, this is more recent. Just watch this one. This is very recent from the previous election, congressional election, and you're gonna love this.
This ad in the entire country, which is saying something in the cycle, comes from Duncan Hunter, the California congressman indicted for stealing campaign funds. Hunter is smearing his opponent as an Islamic terrorist sympathizer, even though he's a Christian born in San Diego with Secret Service security clearance.
Ammar Kapanajjar is working to infiltrate Congress. He's used 3 different names to hide his family's ties to terrorism.
He is being supported by CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood. This is a well-orchestrated plan.
Ammar Kapanajjar, a risk we can't ignore.
And joining me now is Ammar Kapanajjar, Democratic candidate for Congress in California's 50th district. Are you surprised by the tenor of these ads?
I'm not at all. I mean, it's in fitting with everything else we've seen. And honestly, what are we doing as a nation? We have policies, we have things we could talk about. This is a deeply un-American ad, and I feel like John McCain, if he were with us today, would be so appalled. You'll remember he stood up against a woman who tried to disparage President Obama on the same line of argument. And I think the party of McCain, the party of Reagan even, is long gone. And it's heartbreaking because I have friends who are Republican. It's deeply un-American. It's not true. I'm not a security threat. I was given a clearance by the FBI. The security threat is Duncan Hunter, who was criminally indicted for spending $250,000, and the corruption smoking gun that you talked about was when he paid back.
So literally, Duncan Hunter was the incumbent, a white incumbent. He had embezzled money from his campaign funds illegally, right? He blamed his own wife, so he won't go to jail. He used that money to spend on his mistress, and he blamed his own wife, so his wife would go to jail instead of him. And he found it opportune to attack Campo Ammar because he's brown and he has on his father's side Arab blood. His mother is Hispanic. And so, the man is Christian. He accused him of being a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, whatever that is. And so just to see that how much propaganda and dirty campaigning there is out there that leverages skin identity, skin color and identity. It's very, very low, and so one has to be ready to counter those things immediately, even before you start campaigning. You're gonna love this one, for example. Of course, you all know Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Well, I mean, some of those actions reach a point of threatening people's livelihood and safety. So this is Mr. Trump, the previous president. So the crowd is shouting, "Send her back," because he was talking about Ilhan Omar.
Omar blamed the United States for the terrorist attacks on our country, saying that terrorism is a reaction to our involvement in other people's affairs. She smeared U.S. service members.
So it's all, of course, fabricated. And I mean, when you accuse a colored woman of being a traitor in the name of the United States, you're pretty much putting a target on her. That's dangerous. And that's part of the game. And this is not to dissuade anyone from running for Congress or for elected office. You should. In fact, we need that. The more we do that, the less this behavior becomes tolerated. But the important thing is also to be ready psychologically for that. Yeah. So I'm just gonna stop here. It's a good time to stop, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Hey, Abdul, thank you so much for the talk. It was really informative, and I think it gave us a little bit more perspective as to how we need to think about strategizing if we do want to get involved in government when we are minorities. There is one question in the chat that I see. So they said, lots of great info. There is a book. Is there a book that you can recommend for scientists interested in running for office? One with focus on data, that would be great.
One with focus on data.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is a literature on campaigning, but it's one of those things that that's part of the mindset that you probably need to engage in, is to get elected. Leave the data for when you want to engage in policy. And when data is very important for elections, but in complicated ways. You need to have data about your district, and the party can help you with that. They have databases about basically every house, their leanings, how they voted in the past, etc. And they have the big data means to analyze them very effectively. You'll be if you become the nominee or the elected candidate for a party, you will be connected to this information. Now about how you, like, as far as best strategies, best practices, you have to know your district, and success stories are often not about using data as much as pounding the ground and talking to people, and developing name recognition, and understanding people's concerns and addressing them, creating the connections that you need. This is really what drives success in those campaigns. Now, data is very useful, of course, with targeted mailing and all that, normally I don't know if there are books on that, but what I can tell you is that there are companies who can help you with that if you have a serious campaign to get this targeted information. It's and all that is also evolving in the sense that that's where the mentor's role would come in teaching you how, for your particular district, get the information that you need at a manageable cost, so you can target folks who are likely to vote for you effectively. Now, also remember that the story you need to create, your story when it comes to the elections, is very unique to you and to your district, and so it's your own story, and it's not necessarily one that should follow a template. And sometimes it's good to try that hasn't been tried before, and also reputation has to be built over time. And as you build your reputation at lower levels of local government, you learn how to access the useful information for yourself and how to develop a localized campaign strategy.
Thank you so much. I have 2 more other questions right now prepared. So the first one is, what are some of the barriers of entry that is prevalent for marginalized candidates running for office, and particularly for Muslim representing candidates?
That's a really good one. The first barrier of entry is that you have an electorate, a big portion of which are willing to discount the candidate because of that identity. And they can be swayed by opponents who leverage that. We talked about that. A second one is that there's a foreignness to being Muslim, that even if you're somebody like Keith Allison, whose family has been there for 5 generations, descendant of enslaved Africans, part of the history of Louisiana, I mean, you can't get more American than that, right? It's just being Muslim attributes you a foreignness in the mind of those who would like to think that, right? And as you saw in Glenn Beck's discourse. And so a challenge is to assert your authenticity, your Americanness in a way that's not debatable. A third issue is that you're going to meet bias on the level of the media and the local party apparatus. You have, even as a Democrat, and for example, even though bias is concentrated on the Republican side, the conservative side of the political spectrum, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist at all in the Democratic Party. It's just that the proportion of those who hold those views are smaller, considerably smaller than among Republicans. So, you can count about 20% of the Democrats having some strong Islamophobic biases. There's also the Arab-Israeli conflict can be an issue, but it's complicated how. It can be both good and bad. For example, just to be clear, Jewish Americans, most of whom are liberal, most of whom are very welcoming of diversity, but it's about 70% who hold those views. About 30% see the world through an ethnic logic, where they connect everything to the Arab-Israeli conflict, to Israel's interests. And they see that they believe that the rise of the empowerment of Muslims in the United States can hurt Israel's interest for some reason, because they have an ethnic logic in the world. It's us versus them. Those 30%. Okay. Many of those have migrated to the Republican Party in the last decade or so. But there's still some who are in the Democratic Party who hold those views. And so, and now on the other hand, you have like the progressive Jewish Americans, like Bernie Sanders, who have opened the door for Muslim candidates to join the progressive side branch of the Democratic Party. And so Muslims have become progressives, literally in the United States, overwhelmingly so, because that's the branch of politics that welcomed them, treated them as equal members of our society. And so it's complicated. But sometimes if you happen to be somebody who, let's say, for whom the gatekeepers in your little district, whatever size it is, local, state, whatever it is in your district, happens to be somebody who holds those strong pro-Israel views and sees the world from an ethnic lens, then you may have an obstacle to surmount, And so those are possibilities.
Okay. Thank you so much. So the next question is, are there any resources you recommend potential marginalized candidates check out in preparation for running for office?
I'm sorry, I didn't prepare much for that.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
My experience and knowledge comes from speaking to them. I mean, I've interviewed dozens and dozens of individuals running for minorities, especially Muslims, running for office in the United States as well as Europe and Canada and Australia as part of a big study. And so it's, I haven't seen much, and I entered that field precisely because there's not much written on it. That's why I decided to write on it. And I have published, actually I published a recent piece about running for office in Michigan, and I'm happy to share it with anyone who wants it. So this is my email. And it's coming out in a few months. And so it's about Muslim Americans running for office in Michigan. I did a lot of interviews with them and with their staffers, and pounded the pavement with them as they knocked on doors and held meetings just to see how people react to them, etc. And so I'd be happy. I'm happy to share that with anyone who wants it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know Michigan has been sort of a hot buzz in terms of being a place where Muslims can become more involved in government much more easily. Well, I don't see any more questions, Sammy. Or do you see any in the Q&A? If not, thank you so much, Abdul Qadir.
It was my pleasure. And thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, of course.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. I think we're just going to be waiting until 3 for our next speaker, and I think it should be our final. Um, let me see. Yuki Hebner, I believe, is our last speaker. But yeah.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How about you?
Pretty good. I just seem to have lost my presentation. It disappeared.
No
So
worries.
give
We're
me
also early. Okay. Did you find your presentation?
I did. Yes.
Okay. Great. So if you're ready, I'll just introduce you and we can get started.
Sounds great.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here today. So for everyone, Dr. Artie Garg holds a PhD in physics from Harvard University and an MS in aeronautical and astronomical engineering from Stanford University. Dr. Garg is founder and chair of Engineers and Scientists Acting Locally, a national organization dedicated to increasing city, county, and state level engagement by people with backgrounds in STEM. She currently serves as a vice chair of the Community Services Commission in the city of Hayward, California. Prior to her current position, she worked as a data scientist, and in the past, she spent several years working as a policy advisor and analyst in the White House, as well as the US Congress. When not promoting local engagement or working with her fellow Hayward residents and municipal officials, Dr. Garg is an AI technology executive. Very impressive, and I'll just maybe plug a little bit that I follow the ASAL newsletter, and I would recommend that to anyone who is here as a scientist and interested in keeping up with news, action items, and events that are happening geared towards scientists interested in policy.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the plug. I'll have our URL for subscribing to our newsletter later in my presentation. Let me go ahead and share, but also folks, feel free to sort of ask questions along the way, and I'll try to pay attention and answer them if I can, or at least sort of within my talk track if I'm able. Are you all able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. I want to talk today about how engaging locally can really help scientists and engineers, really anyone, play an important and active role in empowering the communities in which they live and work, in which you live and work. We've heard from a lot of different perspectives earlier today. I think that you heard even from Padma Kupa about the importance of actually getting involved in your community before you run for office. I think it's a really important first step to sort of building credibility within your community, and also getting to know your community if you do intend to run for office in the future. Now, talk a little bit about how, as a scientist, you can engage and make a difference in your community without necessarily running for office, but in other ways that you can serve and make a difference. Probably, though, the first and most important thing, and I think it's been reiterated by every speaker we've seen so far today, is if you want to influence decisions being made in your community, you have to start by showing up. And we'll talk about this in a second, showing up to city council meetings, showing up to talk about issues with people who have an impact on them, people who care about them. That's the most important thing. I think too often we think that decisions are really in the hands of others, and what we need to do is vote for people that agree with us. But what if the people that are running for office don't entirely share our views? There are two different ways to make a difference. One is talk to those people and maybe share what your views are, maybe bring them over to understanding or at least having a better understanding or better alignment to what you think. And also, of course, ultimately running for office or running for some kind of or applying to serve on some kind of entity where you have the direct ability to make influential changes. And I'll talk a little bit about my own experiences here in Hayward with regard to that. But one of the things, before I kind of get into what you can do once you show up, the mission, as Yuki said in her introduction, of engineers and scientists acting locally is really to focus on getting people with backgrounds in STEM to think about local government, local community engagement as their first sort of entree point, and maybe their main entree point into science policy. Because often I think that science-related policy issues are framed as national or even global issues. Many of them are, but many of them are not. And even those that are, local governments play a really important role in shaping policies, making sure policies are implemented effectively. So how did I get here, though? I want to step back a little bit and talk about how I got here, because and maybe the best way to frame it is to think about it not just in terms of my own life, but what's been happening in American politics over the last 20 or so years. I'll go back to 2001, September 11th, and that obviously has changed a lot of policy at every level, from decisions that have been made on the international scale to ways that it might affect things that you may not even realize, how your police forces are, things that your police force does in your local community, things that different investments that might have been made in digital infrastructure at the city and state level. It's really reshaped everything. And then, of course, maybe another big milestone is almost 10 years later, very close together in time. You saw the beginning of the Great Recession, a massive decline in the global economy, including the American economy, followed immediately by the election of the first Black American president. And that led to a number of other changes in American politics. And in the last couple years, once again, we've gone through some radical shifts, most notably because of the COVID pandemic, which has led, maybe for the first time ever, people to think really, really deeply about their county governments and the roles that they play in shaping our lives and experiences. And, to now having a number of democratic electoral crises that we're facing in this country, where once again, local governments play a really important role in managing elections and managing the certification of elections. So a lot has happened over the last 20 years. What I thought is an interesting exercise, and I kind of recommend that anyone do this at some point, is to kind of lay over that my own personal journey, my own experience. So my first day of my PhD program happened to be September 11th, 2001. And so there's sort of no aspect of my sort of higher advanced education in science that wasn't shaped by the changes that September 11th created in our policy landscape as a country. And I arrived in Washington as a AAAS policy fellow very soon after the election of Barack Obama and all of the changes that created in our federal policy landscape. And then, of course, though, I moved back to California, where I live now, and started to realize the importance of local government. So one of the things that, stands out really quickly, though I wouldn't say any of the choices I made were directly because of some of these other bigger changes that were happening in policy, but I can't say that any of the changes I've ever made in my career weren't at least affected, shaped, or would have looked different or would have felt different if the landscape of the policy, of the bigger policy world hadn't shifted in these radical ways, because there is quite a lot of correlation between the things that I've done as a scientist engaging in policy at a number of different levels and major shifts that are happening in the world. Why do I bring this up? Because I think that any kind of policy engagement, any type of effort to really make a change in your community, especially often using structures of government and policy, can be difficult. And so I think it's really important to really examine and understand where your personal connection to the things that you're working on are, because, as the saying goes, the personal is political. And one of the things I've shown here in this picture is children from Florida, from the Marjorie Stoneman High School, who really first started advocating and then started organizing around gun control legislation, reforming gun control legislation. And they had a significant impact across the country, both in terms of at least getting conversations started about what gun control should look like to protect children and school children, and also signing people up to vote and putting some hard lines around the type of people that you might want to see elected for office. And one of the reasons that they were able to do this and move from having a strong position that they wanted to advocate for to real organization and change is because this was so personal to them. That sort of personal connection to the issue, I think, was a really important part of doing what is very, very difficult work for anyone, let alone school children who had experienced a significant trauma not long before they began their organization. So I'm just going to sort of put that in the background, because sometimes when we talk about scientists engaging in policy, we talk about it from a sort of objective standpoint or an analytical or academic standpoint. What can we bring through our scientific knowledge to policy making, to decision making? Those are important things, but I think that anytime you're engaging in any kind of policy or political process, you have to have that sort of personal conviction that what you're doing is important and that you believe in, and it's worth the sacrifices that you may have to make to really make a difference. So that's just sort of my lead into any type of political engagement, any type of policy engagement. It really starts from what you feel passionate about, what you feel is really important in your community, to you as an individual that is a member of your community, that has nothing specific to do with your being a scientist, though your experience of your community may be shaped partially by your identity as a scientist. So now moving on, I talk a lot about local engagement and local government as being a place where scientists, I'd like to see more people with backgrounds in science and engineering get involved. So before I sort of start to talk a little bit more about what that is or what I'd like to see, it might be good to sort of level set what is local government and what are places that you can engage in the policy process that you might not have considered. And so at ESAL, we tend to think of local government as being anything from state government to municipal government to even other bodies that have governance structures that you may not always think about as a government. Something like if you're a student, your university has governance structures that make rules and decisions and create policies. So I tend to think of local government quite broadly. And while this is a bit of an eye chart, there's a lot of information on this chart. All I really want to show is that at every level of government, there are a number of different avenues for engaging, a number of different decision-making bodies that influence decisions that are going to be made. And those are all avenues for you to learn more and potentially engage in the future. And so in addition to what are the bodies of government, I just got, were you all able to see my last chart or no? I just showed a picture of the state. Are folks able to see the chart that I just shared?
I can see it, but
you can see it. Okay. Okay, just checking. I got a little note in the chat, but hopefully it's showing for the majority of you. So, you know, in addition to the structure of local government, what are the types of things that are STEM or STEM related that local governments work on? And again, this is another eye chart. It's intentionally another eye chart because it's comprehensive. There's really very few issues that local governments work on that don't have a STEM angle, and there are very few sort of STEM related issues that local governments don't play a role in. And so I'll just pick one of them, climate change, because climate change is often portrayed as we sort of think about it in terms of treaties, in terms of federal policy. But there are a number of things that local governments can do and are doing and must do in addition to passing, you know, international treaties and federal laws to ensure that climate policy is implemented, that climate policy is effective. And so some of those things, I think it got mentioned already, a question around green building codes. I think Padma Kappa mentioned Ann Arbor implementing green building codes as a way to sort of improve the environmental impact and reduce the climate footprint of the city of Ann Arbor. Most cities now have climate action plans, and it's worth finding out what your city has, or if your city has one. If it doesn't, well, many of you are in LA. There's a state law in California that requires all cities to have climate action plans. So there definitely is one in LA, and it's worth looking at and finding out, you know, what does yours say? Are there things that it might be worth changing within that climate action plan? So again, this is just the first item on this very long list of things that city governments do that have ties to STEM. And I encourage you, if you have an issue that you're interested in, to take a look at what your city is doing and find out more and find out what you might be able to bring to the table to a conversation on that issue. So I've talked about the importance of local government. I've talked about the importance of, you know, having a personal connection to the issues you work on. But now, you know, how do you get involved? How do you get engaged? And how do you be effective? I think, you know, the first thing to remember is that the way to get engaged is just to sort of go out and be curious and just try to be a member of your community. When you're engaging with your local government, the first thing you probably don't want to do is go out and say, I want XYZ to happen. Who do I find that can make that happen for me? I think that instead, what you really want to do is think about, how do I develop relationships with members of my community? And there are a lot of different avenues. We sort of talked about a few ways that you can sort of get involved with your community and sort of with the goal of potentially meeting like-minded people. And that can be meeting your representatives in sort of an informal setting. That can be meeting with community members and community groups in, you know, at events in your community. And then there can be slightly more formal ways of not necessarily getting involved and getting to know more people, whether it's through serving on an advisory body or even just attending meetings of an advisory body in your community. And maybe over time, starting to make your views known. And more important than having your views be accepted and driving change the first time you do it, might be using public comments for other people to know who you are and want to collaborate with you if they agree with you. So ultimately, local engagement starts, in my opinion, with trying to just form relationships with members of your community. And I have a great quote. It's from a blog feature that we wrote with ESAL with somebody who's actually an elected representative from the Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council. His name is Louis Abramson. He's an astrophysicist, and I think he put it best. He said, "Dear scientist, I know that there's an issue you care about. I promise you that there is a meeting weekly or monthly about that issue, so please just go to it. Someone at the meeting will recognize you the second time, and the third time they might know your name. And then by the fourth time, you'll probably be put in charge of a committee." And I think this is a really, really good, wise advice about how to get engaged locally. Once again, it comes back to showing up. Anyone who shows up to a meeting 4 times is probably someone who really cares about an issue and is willing to do some work. And so that's the best way to get engaged, get involved, let people know that you care. And they'll want you to help out. You don't have to worry about creating space. The space will be made for you a lot of times. So, I've kind of talked about different ways of engaging and the importance of engaging at the local level. What are the ways to actually have an impact? I tend to think about it falling into 3 categories: advocacy, service, and expert guidance. And under each of these large umbrellas of activity types, there are a number of different activities you can undertake to really engage in these things, whether it's from using public comments to advocate for an issue, to using public comments just to provide more information and potentially scientific information about an issue. So often the same type of format can be used to do a number of different things, but these are probably the types of things that you might want to engage in, you might want to do as an engineer or scientist attempting to impact decisions in their community. And so I'm not going to go through all of these different avenues for engagement. We do have a playbook online, www.esal.us/playbook, that actually offers more information about how to undertake some of these activities. I'll talk about a couple of them coming up, but just wanting to let you know that there are a number of different avenues and pathways to have an impact. There isn't just one right way, so do what feels good for you. But let me start by talking a little bit. I think it's always helpful to kind of see other people that have done things effectively. And so I want to share a couple stories of engineers and scientists who have made a difference in their local communities. I'll start with a story about a couple of grad students or former grad students, they both graduated now, from Rice University in Houston. 2 PhD candidates at Rice University who happen to be avid cyclists. And what they started to realize, being avid cyclists, is that there were a number of traffic and bicycling safety issues that were happening in their community, including what really spurred them to action were a couple of cycling deaths that occurred near their campus. And so they wanted to do something about this because they thought it was important to have bike-friendly neighborhoods. And so they started to attend city council meetings to give public comments, and they even started to collect data about, the number of cyclists passing through intersections, timings of traffic lights, really hard data to sort of show where things were that might be, what current aspects of the way traffic was being managed might be making cycling unsafe, and really start to uncover potential areas where you could make changes to make things safer. And so that advocacy, their work, their passion for cycling and their passion for seeing a safer community for cycling led to a number of changes in signal timing, better crosswalks, and more signage. This is a real impact that they've had in their community as graduate students while they were graduate students. So this is a picture of them sitting with a city council member that they worked with to implement these changes. And so I think this is a really inspiring story of two students who cared passionately about about an issue, who worked with their city government to make something happen and create change in their community in a positive way. So moving ahead, how can you create change through expert guidance? So I'll share another story. Kendra Zamzow. Kendra Zamzow is an environmental chemist. She's also a member of ESAL steering committee and one of our founding members of ESAL. And one thing that Kendra does, she works for a tribal government. But even before she currently worked for her tribe, the tribal government she works on, she's always worked with communities and tribal communities to develop science-based public comments, particularly as pertains to mine permitting decisions. So this is a fairly famous project, or if you follow mining over the last several years, you may be aware that there is a project in Alaska called the Pebble Mine Project. It's a gold mine. And some members of communities that are near the site, the mine site location or the potential mine site location, started to raise concerns, not just about the mine, but before mines are permitted or before mining projects really begin, they often do an exploration where they do drilling to really understand the environmental conditions. The drilling itself, the exploration itself, produces a lot of waste materials that can contaminate nearby ecosystems. And so they came to Kendra, and Kendra, with her expertise in environmental chemistry, determined that yes, these were real concerns, that the exploration waste materials had real potential for negative impacts. And so as a result of the research that Kendra did into this and her work with these community organizations to provide public comments into the mine permitting decision, the state of Alaska for the first time required a reclamation bond for the exploration stage of the mine, meaning that even if the mining project doesn't move forward, the environmental impact of the exploration phase will still need to be remediated. And this is a huge win, I think, especially for Indigenous communities in Alaska, who often see some of the lands that they live on or near impacted by resource extraction. And I'll just share a short coda. This project actually continues to sort of generate state and local and also federal policies. So in November 2020, the permit for this mine was denied, meaning that the importance of having a reclamation bond for the exploration activities is particularly important. The project isn't necessarily not moving forward, but work continues to be done. I think most recently, the EPA has also sought leveraging some federal federal laws, the Clean Water Act, as part of the permitting decision for this mine. But I think either way, you can see how important it is to have a member of the scientific community share her scientific expertise in collaboration with local communities, Indigenous communities that are affected by a potential decision that seems very big. Some of these decisions have been sort of on the main landing page of the Washington Post. Nonetheless, this type of engagement that is both scientifically informed, but also heavily influenced by the community members who are asking for a particular type of change, can really have a real impact and make potentially a difference in the lives of not just a few individuals, but an entire community. So I'm going to sort of, my third example is actually one that's very personal to me. I'm going to talk about my own service on a commission in the city of Hayward, California. So before I get into my own service, I want to talk about, what do I mean when I say serving on a commission, a board or commission? So many cities and counties and even states have advisory boards that often have some kind of official charter to provide advice, in some cases binding decision-making to a local government. And so it can be a great opportunity, particularly if you're not able to commit to even a part-time elected office position, because often those are very demanding positions. So it can be a great opportunity to to having an impact in your community, having an impact in local decision-making by your local government. And I think it's, very often an important stepping stone to running for office. So in the city where I live, almost every city council member has served on the planning commission. If they haven't, they've been very, very actively engaged in something else. But planning commission is a pretty important stepping stone to running for city council in the city where I live. For example, if you want more information on sort of how to join a board or commission, what is the process like, then we do have a playbook article in our on our website. So I encourage you to take a look at it. I did a little bit of research into kind of the process for getting appointed to a board or commission in LA. I think the majority of your advisory commissions are actually LA County commissions, and it appears that the appointments are not at large across LA, but they're made by your individual county commissioners. So I actually found a listing of those, of several of the commissions that, oops, I meant to just share this link with you, but I will do that in a second. I'll do that after I stop sharing, but I think that could be very helpful. It could be of interest to you all to potentially look at this listing of commissions in the county of LA, and potentially there's a vacancy that you're interested in. At a minimum, it might be interesting to meet some of the people that are serving on those commissions. So talking a little bit more about my own service on a city commission, I am a member of the Community Services Commission. I've been a member for about 3.5 years now, and I'm currently the vice chair of the commission. So just to kind of give you an example of just what the commitment is like to serve on a commission, we're required to serve 8 meetings out of the year. They're roughly about 2 hours each. And then 1 to 2 Saturday review sessions where we interview agencies that we recommend the city council fund using some of our services or federally granted funds from the Housing and Urban Development Commission. In addition, there are a number, we often form ad hoc committees, and those may be optional things that you can serve on. I think every year I've been on the commission, I have served on at least 1 ad hoc committee. Overall, the Community Services Commission in the city of Hayward is a participatory budgeting commission. So this is an entity that is designed to make recommendations to our city council about how to allocate a certain portion of city funds. You'll see a lot more cities and other jurisdictions are starting to have participatory budgeting committees, commissions, bodies, and the idea is to help people feel more directly engaged with budgeting decisions that are made within their communities. Some of the things that I can say that I've had some both direct through my service on the Community Services Commission and also indirect impact are one, and I'll talk about this a bit more in depth, but the city of Hayward last fall issued a formal apology for its participation in racial discrimination. I don't know this for sure, but we're one of the few, I don't know that we're the first, but I know that we're one of the few jurisdictions in the US that has specifically issued a formal apology for institutionalized racism against Black Americans. And this is quite a historic, I think, bill for the city of Hayward. It's the beginning of kind of really owning up to some of the things that have happened in the history of our city that shaped the way it looks today. Some other things, serving on an ad hoc committee, my first year, we overhauled our application process and that led to almost a doubling of the number of applications we received for these funds. To me, that's a good thing because it means that we're making this funding more accessible to community organizations. And sort of soon after that, I also advocated for our commission to take a much stronger commitment to increasing the diversity of the leadership of the organizations that we fund, so that they're more representative of the types of the people that are served by this funding, the clients of this funding, whether that be clients who are experiencing food insecurity or housing insecurity. We're currently we're currently in the process of having joint meetings with the city council to sort of improve our process for making decisions about this funding, so that they're a bit more impactful. And then again, I've been a strong advocate for making sure that programs that address issues of HIV and domestic violence continue to be funded, because of some years they've not necessarily been the highest priority funding recommendations. And to me, they're important issues of public health that I think deserve continued support by our commission and our city. Some of the indirect impacts that I've had through serving on this commission is that through my commission service, one of our city council members recognized that I have a strong interest in addressing food insecurity. And so early in the pandemic, she reached out to me and asked me to join some calls with our county food bank and some other county services providers about how to sort of continue to provide food services during the pandemic, especially early on when things were very locked down. And I was able to have some input into a survey that was being sent out to recipients of food services. I felt that we needed to write that survey in a way that all members of community felt safe sharing information, particularly given that our community has a number of undocumented residents who may not have felt safe sharing a lot of personal information. So really working with this outreach effort to sort of minimize the amount of information we were requesting and still be able to provide the services and get the information we needed to do that. In addition, I have been asked to sort of serve as a community advocate or a community voice on a number of housing related ordinances to kind of help city council feel that they're able to pass certain ordinances to improve access to housing. I live in the Bay Area. It's very similar concern that you have down in LA. Housing is very expensive. We have a lot of people experiencing housing insecurity, and it can be very difficult to pass ordinances that make housing more accessible. So these are sort of a couple of direct and indirect impacts that I've been able to have through my service on the city commission. And I just am going to drill down into one of them. How did we get to this place? How did a commission that's a participatory budgeting commission get to the place of sort of being able to advocate for the city of Hayward passing this formal resolution and a formal apology? So it was a long process is the short answer to that. So originally in June of 2020, an ad hoc committee was formed during one of our normal community services commissions. And the goal of it really was to write a letter that the commission signed on to in support of some of the work the city was already doing, working with the Government Alliance for Race and Equity. There was a sense from members of the commission that we could be doing more as a city. And so that was part of the letter, was both to support the work that was being done, but also potentially make recommendations for more things that the city could do. So I served on that ad hoc committee, and we drafted a number of recommendations that we sent to the city that were presented to the city council a little over a month later in July. And I just have a screenshot. This is a screenshot on the left of the minutes from the June 17th regular commission meeting. And then in the middle, I've got a screenshot of not the entire set of recommendations, but a portion of the recommendations we made to city council. After those recommendations were presented to council, we got asked a number of questions about our recommendations to council. Over and over again, we got asked a question of why does the city need to formally apologize for its history and role in racial discrimination. One of the historical things that has happened in the past in the city of Hayward is there was an unincorporated part of the city called Russell City, which was primarily the primary residents were Black and Latin American, Mexican American, and these were residents who at the time, due to a number of housing covenants and basically renters or landlords who didn't want to rent to people of color. This was the one place that they were able to build a community. It had a very strong blues and arts community associated with it. However, after a couple of decades, the city of Hayward actually raised that land and annexed it, and people in that community were displaced. And one of the things that we advocated for as a commission, and I advocated for personally, is to say it's not enough to address the harms. You have to admit what caused the harm. It's not enough to address the symptoms. It's important to recognize what happened, why we continue to have so much racial disparity in the city of Hayward today. Some of it is a direct consequence of this hugely discriminatory act that the city was complicit in, that deprived people of their property, deprived people of wealth. And so my belief, and many of the commissioners' belief, was it is important to formally recognize that, and before we start to sort of band-aid over what the impacts of that were. So a year and a half later, those arguments finally worked. And on November 16th, a number of us, 4 of us from the commission, presented the history of Russell City, the current status of sort of race and equity disparities in the city. And the council formally adopted this resolution to apologize for the city's role. And there are active discussions to also talk about how do we directly address the consequences that the former residents of Russell City and their descendants have continue to experience as a result of this. There are a number of other policies that the city is also pursuing to address racial inequities, but I think it's really important that we also directly address the consequences of a decision that the city was complicit in on people who continue to live and work in the area. So this is a long process. It's not a short process to effect change, to get change to happen. And we were encouraged a number of times not to push for an apology. However, I think that it was the right thing to do. And I think that once the city council realized the importance of it, I feel that even though maybe it took longer to get action on some of our other recommendations, it was an important thing for us to do as a city, and it was an important thing to continue to advocate for. So with that, I'm going to kind of switch gears and talk a little bit about ESAL before I think we have hopefully have some time for questions. So, I shared with you a little bit about local government and shared with you some of the different ways you can engage to make a difference in your local government. So now let me tell you a little bit about my organization, Engineers and Scientists Acting Locally. We're an all-volunteer national organization, and our goal is to increase local civic engagement by people with backgrounds in STEM. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, currently all volunteer-led. Why did we decide to launch this organization? It's because we saw that we conducted a survey and we learned that there were a number of people who are very interested in becoming more involved with local government, but for the most part, people were not as actively engaged at the sort of city and county level as they were at the state and federal level. And that was particularly true when it came to direct engagement, meaning you were more likely to have met your Congress member than you might have been to met a county commissioner or a city commissioner. And that's a little bit, or a city council member. And that may be a little bit unexpected, at least it was to me, because it's much easier to meet a city council member than it is to meet a member of Congress, unless you live in Washington. So that sort of, that sort of led us to recognize, hey, there's a big gap here between local interest in local politics, local government, and what people are actually doing. And one of the other things we found is that people really didn't have a lot. There are a number of things people didn't have knowledge about, including how much time it would take, or what they needed to do to become locally engaged. And those were things that we felt that we could actually address through it as an organization. and including, I think, perceptions of how much time local engagement takes. I have a day job, I have 2 little kids, I run ESAL, and I'm also a commissioner. It is doable. And so I like to talk about the time commitment involved, because you can have a lot of impact, not necessarily sort of veering off of your career path in STEM. And so some of the things that we try to do as an organization is provide people with more information about local engagement. We do that through our blog, which features individuals and organization and issue-focused content, all at the nexus of STEM and local government and communities. We have a lot of different tools and information on our website, including our local engagement playbook that walks you step by step through different ways to engage with your local government. And then we also hold events. For the past couple of years, they've been primarily virtual, though we're often at conferences as well. And trying to both help provide training on how to engage locally and also to highlight issues at the intersection of STEM and local government. So we actually have an event coming up this week on Thursday, connecting science and art for effective community engagement. Some really cool speakers actually, I think, are going to be speaking about how they sort of run workshops. They have communities, nature centers, and they incorporate art and both visual arts and other forms of art into talking about science and working with communities on science related issues. So if you're able or interested, please join us this coming Thursday. And with that, I think I have time for some questions, but I encourage you to subscribe to our newsletter. And we're also looking for volunteers. As I mentioned, we're a volunteer run organization. So if you're interested in getting involved with us directly at ESAL, please reach out. There's a lot of different ways that you can engage with us as well, depending on your interests and skills. So with that, I'll leave it for questions.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I really appreciated how you started your talk with connecting context to current events. I don't think I've seen that done before in a science policy talk, and you know, once you said it, it was very intuitive. But yeah, I really appreciated that. And so there's an audience question that I'll start with first. Which is asking where the funding for ESAL mostly comes from.
So we have historically been pretty much operated on a shoestring. So mostly with the website and a lot of volunteer offers and you know, the ability to use things like lots of digital tools are available heavily discounted or for free if you're a nonprofit. So we, until this past year, have not really had much funding aside from what some of us volunteers for ESAL and our friends and family have donated. In the last couple of years, we have, or in the last year, we have also started to receive some philanthropic funds to support some of our work.
Thank you.
I guess I will add that it's been important to me to be very thoughtful about and intentional about how we fund our organization, because as an organization, we do not take policy positions. We want to be open and welcome to a lot of points of view. I also don't believe that it's possible to engage locally and sort of have a, you know, sort of universal policy position. The right housing policy in Hayward is not the right housing policy for Los Angeles, for example. And so that's the other reason that we did try to be kind of thoughtful about that topic as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, if other people want to submit questions in the chat, I also have some questions in the meantime before that comes in. I'll start with, so I really appreciated how you broke down the different ways to get involved. I think that's, you know, kind of the one thing that we're looking for the most is that is kind of like understanding like the individual avenues that someone can take rather than just their career path. but I am curious about what your grad school experience was like and whether or not you were involved at that time, because I think a lot of us are at that stage.
Yeah. So for me, I also moved around a little bit in grad school. So I transferred universities, and I spent a huge amount of grad school actually in South America, in Chile, on top of a mountain at an observatory. So, that sort of changes what you're able to do and what you're not able to do. But I was a Christine Mirzayan Fellow at the National Academies during grad school. And so that sort of opened my eyes to policy. I'll say that my policy journey started off, I was far more interested actually in foreign policy than I was in sort of local engagement. So it's been quite an evolution. I think spending so much time in an observatory in another country during graduate school also sort of helped me understand some of the issues around kind of diplomacy for scientific collaboration. And so that's probably where my thoughts were, more in sort of engaging in the way you might do around federal types of policy questions.
What was the fellowship? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. The Christine Mirzayan Science and Technology Policy Fellowship is hosted by the National Academies in Washington, D.C., and it's a great fellowship program, especially sort of if you are looking to go to Washington, maybe a good sort of introduction to policy in Washington, into especially federal policy in Washington, D.C.
Got it.
I'll be the first to admit I didn't think that much about local engagement until I became locally engaged and realized that why aren't we taught to do this more? One, it's so much more accessible, and two, it's so important to have people engaged at the local level.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so a lot of your talk was geared towards, engaging like the community. And so I guess one question that I have as a graduate student in STEM is that, so I'm Benet, who was moderating earlier, and so we run the science policy group, and Sammy's also really involved. And so there's a good number of us across the different STEM disciplines that are interested and have like found each other. But in terms of like kind of communicating the importance of scientists being involved in policy issues, I don't know if you have experience like talking to like fellow students, but when you were saying things like, which I resonated with, like, policy is personal. Like, do you, and I'm sure it varies from person to person, but do you think it is more helpful to emphasize like the science and how that is relevant to policy when trying to engage people who are not necessarily prone to seeing that connection, or emphasizing more the personal?
Yeah, that's so. Just so I'm clear, are you talking more about engaging with other scientists or engaging with non-scientists who might be in sort of decision-making positions?
With scientists, yeah.
With scientists. I think that is it's a challenge, I think, to kind of encourage other people with backgrounds in STEM to see this as an important part of being a scientist and engineer. I truly believe, and it's actually one of sort of the foundational values of engineers and scientists acting locally, is that as engineers and scientists who are trained in a specific way of thinking about things and who have certain, in some cases, areas of expertise, we have a responsibility to our communities to share, to participate as just part of civic processes. As Americans or people who are living in a democracy, whether or not you're actually a citizen, I think that you have a responsibility to democracy to be civically engaged. Democracies don't work if every member of a democracy doesn't get involved, doesn't play a role in decision making. That's the point of being a democracy. And so neither of those are necessarily particularly, the first, I guess, is a little bit more aimed at scientists. It may or may not be persuasive to scientists, but I think that, another thing is to start to sort of realize if a decision gets made that's unscientific in some way, or somebody with a STEM background might say, well, why did they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Sometimes it can be helpful to sort of talk about it through that lens. It doesn't have to be your area of expertise, but but you might, I mentioned HIV programs and domestic violence programs, and both looking at those through the lens of public health. My background is in astrophysics and aerospace engineering. I do not have a public health background. I am somewhat, maybe a little bit either better read on topics that are sort of science related, even if they're outside of my field of expertise, or I think about them differently when I learn about them. And that was actually how I was able to talk about HIV intervention from a public health standpoint, because one of the programs that was in question, it felt like it was only addressing a very small number of people, but it is actually a cornerstone of the Bay Area's sort of best in the world HIV kind of public health policy, which is aimed at zero detectability within, I think, 60 or 90 days. It's been found to be the way to really keep HIV from spreading. And so those are the types of things that I think it's important to be able to bring into a conversation and say that, this program is serving multiple purposes. It's helping individuals. It's also a critical piece of our public health infrastructure.
Yeah, that actually kind of leads to one of the other questions that I had, which is, thinking about your background in astrophysics and all these public health applications. So I'm in a neuroscience department and I study neurodevelopment, but I come from a biochemistry background. That was what my degree was in. For example, I attended a family planning conference because reproductive health is something that I'm really passionate about. And I was meeting some of the people there, mostly who were academics in a public health department. And there were questions of what is your connection? Why are you here? And I didn't really have a good answer for that other than being I don't know, my interests of connecting science and policy vary outside of my strict discipline. Do you have any thoughts on how to, I guess, even experts in the field communicating your relevance to them as well?
Yeah, well, maybe if I may turn that back around to you, what was the goal of the conference? Was it, I'll leave it at that and ask that, because I think context matters a lot sometimes for these types of things.
Yeah. So I attended when I just started getting interested in science policy, and I knew that was one of the areas I was more interested in. And it wasn't something that I had a lot of exposure to. And I really like in-person learning, interactive. So I just thought it'd be a great way to kind of learn more about the things that were being actively talked about in the field. That was when I was starting the policy group, maybe even make some connections so that we could have partnerships with the group.
Yeah, well, I would say, first of all, it's sort of unfortunate that somebody who was genuinely coming into an area of, a really important area where maybe there's not enough people and not enough breadth of interest. It's unfortunate that you received that pushback. I mean, I think generally speaking, I would always just advocate for being honest. I'm interested in this topic. I'm willing to learn more. I'm willing to tell me what I need to read, or, what are things that I might be able to know. I think, one thing, especially you guys are at a university, you're at a research institution. And I mean, this is a big, I think, kind of ongoing challenge, is sort of what are the things what are these artificial barriers we've created in kind of the academic research community that almost discourages more practical engagement, because when a policy is decided or a policy is made, it's always multifaceted. There's always so many disciplines and other types of knowledge, right? Not just things that you would get a PhD in, but other areas of expertise that are relevant to making a policy successful. We tend in academia to sort of select for very narrow, really deep, and then we almost create these sort of artificial barriers, or we almost discourage the sort of broader thinking and kind of seeing the connections between different topics. So I can share in the chat an article I co-authored with someone else and issues in science and technology policy, sort of talking about some of the ways we've sort of made it actually very hard for academic scientists to get in to leverage their science to solve sort of community level problems. I'll try to find the article and share it, but and so I wish I had a better answer that this is easy. It's not. I think you're starting to realize that some of the challenges that exist in the community, and I would say that I would just encourage you to sort of continue to show up and continue to argue in favor of the things that it sounds like you know that are right. And one of them is that this is an important issue. There's no reason you shouldn't, somebody with your background shouldn't be engaged in it. You may have other experiences that also give you expertise in this. I'm an astrophysicist. I care a lot about reproductive health. My mom's a neonatologist. I volunteered in NICUs. I, had a very dangerous labor and delivery with my second son. Like, these things matter with my second child, who is my son. My first is a daughter. But, those are reasons for me to be engaged and for me to care about these issues. And I'm a scientist. I can read, I can read articles. I actually, as it turns out, I am collaborating with somebody who works on HIV vaccines right now. I bring a background in astrophysics and big data, and that turns out to be a different way to look at data for the efficacy of certain types of medical interventions. And so I think that you are pushing up sometimes, especially if you're in a more academic setting, you are kind of rolling a rock up a hill to sort of say, we should look broadly, but I encourage you to continue doing that anyway, because there's the benefits can be significant.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I like your emphasis on showing up that you also mentioned during the talk. I agree with that. And I think that is a good avenue to being involved, figuring out where you fit in, what you'd like to do, what your skill set is. So yeah, I'll take a moment to pause in case anyone has any last minute questions, but otherwise you've given us an incredible hour of your time. And I really, really appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for having me. Thanks for including me with so many amazing speakers. I'm glad I was able to join for more of the sessions.
Yeah. And thank you to Sammy for organizing this incredible event.
Yes.
Definitely a really important conversation that I'm so happy to be a part of.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, and again, please feel free to reach out. Feel free to please subscribe and please join us on Thursday for this event. We're also planning a series of events with the Institute for Tribal and Environmental Professionals and the Geological Society of America. We have a series of events called Power and Indigeneity starting in June. And we will be kind of exploring the intersection of Indigenous science, land use, and the fossil fuel transition, and really looking at a very complicated set of issues from a lot of different angles. And, trying to I think that often it's important to sort of recognize the ways in which a lot of our STEM infrastructure is built on the backs of oppressing certain communities, built on the backs of, often, explicitly racist experimentation and displacement of people. And so I think that's an important thing that we can do within our STEM communities. And again, really understand how it impacts maybe the communities that we're living on lands where we study or work today, maybe understanding how some of our formal structures continue to exclude or undermine people who have been historically marginalized in higher education, in science and engineering, by science and engineering. So it's an important topic, and there's no right answer, by the way. And there's no silver bullet to this stuff. I think sometimes the most important thing we can do is have the conversations.
Definitely. Okay. yeah, thank you again so much. Thank you to everyone for being here. And I think that concludes our series.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.